きも手を出せば消えそうでためらうその背中をしてくれたのはバラバラのかけらたち拾い集めてつながった過去と未来のストーリー終わりが始まりに始まりは夢と続き小さな光は果てしなく広がってゆくから走り出した新しい物語は色あせることない記憶守り続けたい大切な想いがあるからね見えない真実だけが世界を照らし出すものならもう後戻りはできないその向こう側への約束した明日へ Oh, 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 oh,
Content time. I gotta turn down the volume. Son of a bitch, I forgot to turn everything up by a lot. For primer. I was like, this sounds loud as fuck. Oh yeah, he kissed her on the forehead, right? It was a kiss of purity. It wasn't a sexual kiss, right? Although he did say some shit. Maybe not. Yep, getting started in phase 9. I don't think I work tomorrow. We'll see what happens. Maybe Friday, who knows? But we'll probably go for a bit tonight until I get tired. Talk about primer a little bit. People want to. Definitely feels like a multi-watcher for sure. You want to stop and look over things. But I feel like a lot of huge shit gets revealed in like casual side conversations real quick. Alright, let's jump in. Whoa. Good. 2 axes. Is our Gundam with just some axes? Yeah, I liked it. More, I respect it, I guess. Like, I like things that go hard. I like things that are not trying to appeal to everyone, that aren't accessible. Um, Especially as I've watched more and more and more and played more and more and more shit, I think those kinds of like uncompromising visions are something I really respect and like. But there's times that for sure it feels kind of like pointlessly kind of. It's like Will. I'm like, who's Will? They barely like just they show them kind of at the beginning, but like I don't know who Will is. I don't know what his the family drama with the shotgun like does that need to be like like half mentioned in passing and then like acted on for a big part of the movie? It's like I get that something big is happening. I get the broad strokes, but yeah, the details. I want to dig into them, and then there's just kind of like points where you're just like, why is this part kind of obscured a bit? I'd rather just make it more complicated, but like I get the moving pieces more, right? That's kind of what I mean. Where yeah, I feel like a lot of people probably would just tune out after a bit. Like I think you could have something be entertaining and also extremely complicated on like a rewatch and stuff. I mean, I had fun watching it for sure. I liked it, but I respect it more than I like it. I think I'd watch it again. I definitely, I think it's definitely got replay value. Yeah, no, there is. I mean, all the pieces are there. I'm not saying it's like one of those movies where there's like it's smart, like it's letting you know, right? There's clues to shit, but it's something pretty complicated that only gets going for 10 minutes, and it's a 70-minute movie. There's like I said, I feel like the moving pieces and stuff, his family, the drama there, the shotgun thing, who will, all those kind of things. Like that stuff is like not 100% necessary to know, but yeah. So those are like, oh, this is not the parts that probably need to be. Like if it was like 20 more minutes and there's like a couple more things kind of fleshed out a bit, I think, yeah, you could make it even more complicated. Man. That's cool. It's nice to see a time travel that actually plays with the time travel. That's like the second man, right? Like instead of it just being like a gimmick, like a high concept gimmick to like play out like a drama. Like, oh, I went back in time and um I helped my parents do X and Y, or I went back in time and boy, this sure is crazy. And that's just kind of the end of it. It's like one jump. Um, it's like a bunch of jumps. There's that one movie with Bruce Willis where they jump back. They're like an assassin group that's like time travels or something. And they have to like kill themselves at the end of it or some shit. I don't remember that. That one wasn't that smart, but there's a few others that I feel like try to do a little bit of something, but definitely not to that extent. Yeah, you'd never be able to get a movie like that without being like a small indie thing. So it's cool. Definitely didn't feel like it needed to be like huge budget or anything. I've seen some small indie ones that the budget hurts it, but this one not so much. If anything, I kind of liked in Primer that it felt like just some dudes figuring some shit out. Like they're at like a U-Haul and stuff. That made it feel more relatable. There's definitely a lot of like tense moments. You could feel things start going awry. But yeah, it definitely felt like there could be like a few more building blocks that are fleshed out. A little bit more length in it, and then you have it be ultra confusing and go crazy. It was neat, for sure. I definitely think it's one of those, like, yeah, I respect it. Maybe I should be talking about it more in a bit. I don't know if anybody in there other than me and you were actually in the stream. We just watched it. I don't know. I think it's one of those two where it's like coming off of Seki Mea. Primer almost seems quaint, right? Like Seki Mea is so uncompromisingly heavy duty, and there's so much more ways to like grapple with what's going on, but also you gotta see the events. Like that's my thing. It's like it obscures stuff, but it also doesn't. It just raises the difficulty level, right? So it's like there's just more to dig into there. It's like with Primer, I'm like its length, some of its character stuff and shit. I feel like the speed ran through. I feel like there's moments where those building blocks are kind of like pointlessly not there as much as they should be. But the time shift's cool. Yeah, it's good. I respect it. Nicely done, Aki. The red one looks cool. He just wanted to put them together. Base. Whoa, too loud. She made up her own rules. Who would do that? Every older sibling did.
私が一番
Corruption.
ランバムをうまく使えるんだ。一番うまく使えるんだ。ビームブッブー。秋のはビーム使え。ビームはガンバムだけなの。ずるい。ずるくない。そっちだって3倍速く。たまにはうちも勝ち。だね。いい秋。正義は必ず勝つ。かっこいい。わかったよお姉ちゃん。うち忘れない。絶対忘れない。
I need to watch the original Gundam. Does anybody here watch the original Mobile Suit? I've seen a lot of mecha anime, but honestly, I haven't probably seen your big classics like Gundam. I mean, I guess I've seen classic ones. I guess you consider Evangelion a classic, and at this point, probably Gurren Lagann and Code Geass probably classic, but like ultra classics like your Macross type of shit, all that. Gundam. Like, I don't know if you can't ask a Flane. I watched that, I guess. Oh yeah, I don't know if I need the guide still, but let's go ahead. can encounter bad ending. What the? What? My controller just died? So. Next, you want to watch some other crazy movies. Nolan stuff isn't as smart. I wouldn't mind rewatching like an old Nolan one I haven't seen in a while, like The Prestige. Need to watch Alien though. I don't remember who hadn't seen Alien. I wanted to. When I do rewatches, I want to get like people who've never seen something before in there. So I'm not just rewatching it just for myself. Because the new Alien's coming out, so I want to check that out. Yeah, I remember liking The Prestige. Been a while though. Oh, that's some cool twists. There's definitely a Nolan stuff, like I said, is it's smart at times, but it's like Hollywood kind of smart. It's like smart for Hollywood. He tends to like be better at being showy and letting the big moments kind of be big moments and shit. I mean, obviously, it'd be cool if it went giga hard. But I don't think the guy would be making billions of dollars a movie if he was trying to go all out. I feel like the closest thing to Primer he probably did was like Memento on that scale, where it's kind of like twisty, low budgety. Tenet tried to do it in terms of time stuff, but it's more like a mess. Visually it's neat, but it's more about like a big global scale Bond kind of time thing. People whose brains exploded for Tenet probably fucking, their brain probably fucking liquefied after Primer. Yeah, it's not as good. It's like I said, most of Nolan's stuff is more showy or Hollywood, but there's still a lot of fun in some of them. I was just saying I'd like to kind of watch some of his old ones I haven't seen in a while, like The Prestige. Yeah, it's like I said, you couldn't. No, I mean, it'd be impossible to put something like Primer in like a Hollywood environment. I feel like the farthest you're gonna see it get pushed with your common audience is probably your Nolan type of stuff. Probably why his shit still sells as much as it does. Like I said, I feel like stuff like Memento is probably goes a little harder, but yeah, it's got more character shit going on. Did you see The Prestige, Sam? I liked Tenet, but yeah, there's a lot of like goofy character shit. And I feel like this faux style that doesn't really come across with the agent stuff. Someday. Rose? You guys want to watch Prestige? We'll come back to their phonics list. I haven't seen Oppenheimer. Oppenheimer. Find in Paradise? Oh, based. Yeah, we were talking about Primer earlier.
何ぼーっとしてるの?
Definitely respect Primer. Yeah, Memento's like kind of like the Primer type-ish thing. It's more like budget cleverness. Obviously, Nolan's focuses on characters and has more show moments. And they're not as hard to grapple with, but yeah. I mean, Nolan's always probably had a big budget. I don't know. Primer's cool. Like I said, I respect it. I definitely think it could be like 20 more minutes, and I feel like some of the building blocks, like the characters and some of the moments, like I get what happens with the shotgun stuff. I get the idea that he wants to stop like maybe a personal event or some special event. I feel like flushing some of the building blocks off, like Will. I'm like, I guess that was one of his friends at the table. Like I get what's going on in the beats, but I feel like getting that kind of shit out of the way and flushed out more so you can just dig into the complicated shit would be nice. I feel like it kind of like almost over relies on pushed conversations in the corner to like knock out probably all the timelines and stuff on rewatching, but it's cool. It's nice to see something that actually gives a shit and tries to go like a little harder with time travel. I was saying this earlier, instead of just like I go back once and then, you know, I'm Marty McFly and I shoot the shit with somebody about something that's gonna happen in the future. I mean, that shit's cool too, but you know, it's not about the mechanics. It's about what would you do if you time travel, kind of thing. So it's nice. I respect it. It'd be nice to see more shit like that. I feel like Primer seems quaint after Psyche Man, because you're getting the deep dive. You're able to sit there and grapple with it and play with it and write notes and get quiz on it. Whereas like Primer's like 60 minutes once they actually start doing shit. Yeah, it's cool. I like it, but yeah. Yeah, 20 years ago too. Well, even then, it's like, I mean, there's just not much that even tries to do it, right? I mean, there's probably all sorts of small little indies that nobody's heard of that go hard. I mean, I've watched plenty for other kinds of things, right? But for time travel. Yeah, it's a well thought out, like, smart movie. And I get being uncompromising with, like, the style and the word choice. I don't have a problem with that. It's just more like, you know, some of the base level stuff. How some of it's visualized. It did a good job. I mean, you always like knew what was happening, whether it's just through like understanding the tropes or what. I was like, you could tell like this is the moment they start making mistakes. This is the moment there's, you know, there's personal shit. This is the moment, like, you know, there's probably already something set up way beforehand, right? I guess I'm just used to like time travel VNs and stuff like that. That you spend a lot of time digging in on the spot. It's definitely not a matter of like I want it to be easier. I don't really care about that. I like stuff that doesn't even have an answer a lot of the time. I feel like a TV show would be like a really cool middle ground for like a really hardcore time travel thing where you could still spend the time maybe doing like little character work or understanding the events of like what's going on in the world while still being able to hide all sorts of time travel shit and then make it even more complicated, right? A little more thought out than, you know, all of Doctor Who. Doctor Who's always seemed extremely uninteresting to me. It always seemed like a show that was like not, I wouldn't say like Big Bang Theory type of shit, but like a tier above like a Big Bang, like for people who think Like, I don't know how to explain it. Like it'd be peak for somebody's grandma who's not watched anything kind of shit. Right? I'm sure it's good. I'm sure some seasons are better than others, but Doctor Who's always come across as like oh really? Maybe it is based. I think the thing with Doctor Who is it's like there's so many different eras and different like actors that some come across as super cheesy or like kind of lame or like maybe they don't dip in as hard as I'd like, right? It's like, I don't know, maybe it's just maybe it's just me assuming that because the audience, right? I mean, it's, you know, there's not a lot of crossover with somebody who's watching, you know, is gonna dip really deep into like hardcore shit, and then like, you know, I feel like it's always like if I ever hear it talked about, it's like somebody who's like, you know, like like somebody's grandma or just something like really like, you know, like I said, really just like it's cool, but it's like it's just kind of more like easy to chew on, kind of just fun shit, right? Yeah, where it's like it's too popular to know for sure, because it could be like wow, this just introduced a like extremely basic sci-fi concept and my brain exploded because it's on the BBC and that's all I watch or something, you know. It's like, or is it actually smart, right? I mean, there's stuff like Star Trek Next Generation that's like is actually really smart, right? You know, despite it being really popular, it's like they take a lot of time to explain shit. There's some cool concepts and different philosophies and sci-fi stuff, and from what I understand, there's like stuff like X-Files. Is that we haven't watched X-Files? It's just like I always get this like vibe from Doctor Who. Like, I don't know if it's the corniness. I don't know if it's like people like X-Files, man. I don't know. I haven't seen it. Careful, Godo will actually destroy you for saying that. MF you like some X-Files. And that's another thing is like, I mean, legacy too, right? I mean, you're gonna see people talk up like this, oh yeah, as if my crack is bullshit. That's like it's just tough. Yeah, I mean, I would need to watch it, but the thing is they're all so long. Doctor Who is probably very comfy, but I don't know if it's gonna dig deep enough for me. Or I mean, maybe it'll just be really entertaining on like a very basic way. Like I wouldn't watch Doctor Who for like cool concepts or something. I mean, I'm sure after millions of episodes it hits a few times, but I guess I don't know enough about Doctor Who. I'd be willing to watch. I mean, that's the thing. Is like I'll have these like knee-jerk thoughts about stuff, but I'm always willing to have my mind change. I wouldn't like never watch Doctor Who because I have like very uninformed opinion of what it looks like and seems like. It doesn't help I always see people shitting on like the most recent seasons. So. Yeah, man, that's another thing too. It's like where were you having that? Oh, okay. The respect's part of discussion for something legacy or whatever, and how much I don't put stock into that at all. I think you can put it in there. I think it depends on if that like affects your objective like rating over it. I mean, like, I can respect Udawara Ramono for putting like a strategy game in a VN and having a isekai-ish story with like a feudal, like, warlord kind of thing going on. Like, it was pretty special for a VN at its time, but I think it's horrible. Right? I think you can have them separate, right? I think it depends on how much it, like, weighs in on shit. I think it's just a part of the discussion, for sure. I guess it depends also on how much you, yeah, for maybe what reasons you're playing it too. If you're playing something as like a historical piece, or if you have like a nostalgia for certain time periods or something. It depends, because I feel like it's healthy to try to keep those kind of separate, for sure. Because I mean, I feel like you could find great enjoyment in something based on, you know, history or influence and the time period and all that kind of stuff. You know, like, you know, maybe a really ballsy twist, and it's like, wow, this is really nuts for back then. I mean, people, you know, were just. You guys were just talking about Primer because it came out in 2004, right? I mean, like, everybody does it. Like, that's what I mean. It's like, you know, like, I could talk up Sekime, but people will be, oh, well, Primer came out 20 years before. Well, who cares, right? So it's like, it's kind of like that. It's like, I feel like everybody does it to a certain extent. It depends on how much you actually value that kind of shit. Like, I think you can find enjoyment in it. But I think being able to separate it and look at it from, like, an objective, I mean, yeah, subjective, of course, it's an opinion, view from all the media you've consumed and stuff. Because it's like, at the end of the day, it's like, you can respect Super Mario Bros., but it's not as good a platformer as, like, Donkey Kong Country Returns or, like, later Marios, right? Like, maybe there's certain elements that are better, but, like, as a whole, it's not. So it's like, I would never let the respect, but it's like, I mean, you know, that's one of those games that's like, it's ultra respect, right? If you just judged it on respect and influence alone, I mean, nothing's going to beat the oldest games, right? I think it just depends. I don't know. I mean, I imagine a lot of people aren't good at, like, separating that kind of thing. Stuff like my Uno score. I like Uno. When I talk about Uno, I'll talk about respecting the history. That's not all I'll talk about. I do like it on the grounds that I rated it. That's why Udawara Ramono is low, and that isn't, despite them both being very influential. I acknowledge something as being important. I feel like everyone and their mom will say Ocarina of Time is a hugely important game for the medium. Masco type of thing. Yeah, I mean, you don't want to just... I feel like just appealing to influence and history as the only way to defend the thing you like is kind of hollow. You know, you don't want to say, well, I think Ocarina of Time is amazing because it's historical. That doesn't... I mean, you want it to be good because it still is good. Like, I think Ocarina of Time is still extremely fun. It's paced super well. There's a lot of dungeons you can do in, like, semi-whatever orders. Pretty fun side stuff. I mean, it's got its problems there. Like, all that kind of stuff. The atmosphere and the music's just fucking on 10. Like, it still holds up really well. But, like, yeah, the influence is hard to get past. Because I feel like people put a lot of stock in that. But I think if people talk about the influence of something and can't back it up with anything, then you're in too deep. Yeah. Like the MMR because it goes way deeper into things I find way more interesting. Well, sure, yeah. I mean, there is no objective, purely objective, like take on like art, right? I think there is a level of objectivity, obviously. That's why a lot of people can agree on like a bad movie or a bad game and stuff like that. But there's always like a taste. I think there's always like there's never anything that's set in stone. I think there's broad generalizations that can be like about right. You know, it's like okay, it's like The Room. The movie's like yeah, it's shit, right? You know, like I would we'd say like World's End Club is shit. But like within those general, I feel like big broad categories, it's like I mean, there's taste, right? One of my favorite games is Dragonberry. Like most people would consider that shit, but it just does stuff for me. Yeah, it kind of depends. Respect's a pretty loaded thing too. It's like when I talk about respect in Primer, it's like I respect the intent. I also respect when it happened. It's like I respect maybe the subject matter, obviously the budget, stuff like that. So it's like when I feel like you could just say respect and it just like can mean anything. It's like you said, it's just kind of like it's different. There's different angles to it. I don't think it's meaningless or anything to talk about it. I just don't think you should base your entire I don't think you should base the quality of the piece, I suppose, purely on that kind of stuff, but it's fine if it just like informs your own like enjoyment. Like I'll play something purely because of its like influence, possibly because I get a lot of enjoyment out of the discussion of it and stuff. But like if I didn't at all, it's like, you know, I wouldn't want somebody to recommend me something to play if I was somebody who didn't care about that kind of thing. Based on those grounds, I'd want it to be more just like about the experience itself, right? I mean, that's different to everyone. Like I said, everybody's got different values there. Like it can be really fun thinking about all that stuff when you're playing something. But I feel like you gotta separate that from like the actual fun of like that thing in itself. Like if it, oh, that's tough. And how to get perfect rank in Fire Emblem 4 despite having zero Fire Emblem knowledge and have a level of respect for that game. There's amount of systems in place that are probably not explained at all, thought out in there. Yeah, for sure. I mean, there's plenty of games like that, like where I respect how hard they go, but I don't want to grapple with it. Right? I feel like there's some recently I even talked about. I guess like Animal Well. So there's like a certain meta level beyond where I was willing to go that like I respected. I maybe kind of wished that there was a bit more closure on like the solo side of things, but like it's cool that they went for it because it's uncompromising. They just wanted to do something. It doesn't really affect anything in a big way. But yeah, Pizza Tower is probably a good one. All the details on the replayability and how the levels are all you can kind of flow state the whole thing. Really cool. It was like I had other stuff to play. You know, I ended at a really high point. You know, and I was like I can go watch a lot of these in speedruns. So it's like, you know, I respect that. But I also think that's like objectively like good too. So it's kind of, see, that's a tough one. It's like I feel like respect and like good can go hand in hand. That's what I mean. You could apply respect to a bazillion different things, right? I mean, there's games by people I don't respect that are good. There's games that are bad by people I respect, like Return to Shinagasu, right? I don't know. I just feel like that's kind of just a part of talking about something. This is why I don't like flat point scores really that much, despite having a VN tier list. Because it's much more nuanced. There's much more to talk about. I feel like a flat score. I mean, I guess if you're a drooling fuck who doesn't really think about anything at all. Not to say I'm like some fucking super smart guy, but I mean, you know, if you think about everything, like, you know, it's you deciding on what you're gonna eat for breakfast, you know, that's how you consume your art and shit. I mean, that's fine. You know, but it's like, enjoy yourself how you want, but it's like, you know, if I want to dig into it on a bigger level, I find point scores and stuff become less and less meaningful. Like I said, I think they can be used for like big, broad, sweeping, like filtering and all that kind of stuff, but you know, there's just too much to discuss. Because yeah, it's like, how important is history and all that? Because I mean, you'll see that like movies, like, well, Citizen Kane, right? I don't think Citizen Kane's very fun to watch. I don't think it's a particularly great movie, but like the camera work, like the angles, like how they handle like darkness and all that, and black with the levels and stuff, and all that is like insane, right? Like for the time. So I mean, it's a groundbreaking movie there, but like, I don't think it's like super interesting, but that's another thing too, is like, I mean, a lot of that's like taste too. Like maybe we're just in a time where certain tropes are just kind of like worn out, and in 10 years it won't be, and maybe it's like, you know, it's just kind of, I don't know, that's all. That's why I think things are worth discussing and shooting the shit about and talking about. But I guess to get back to brass tacks, I do think a certain amount, I think influence in history and that kind of respect and stuff is worth discussing. I don't think it should be what informs your entire, like, an entire review on something, right? Because if you went hard enough, like, if history is all that mattered to you, then, like, Pong on the oscilloscope is a 10, and the most modern games are zeros because they have nothing they've influenced. It literally, like, if you dilute it down, it's got like no meaning in terms of like the quality of a game. I think it's, like I said, it's worth talking about, but I don't think you should completely base everything on it, because we have improved an art form, or things have changed, or they've built off of stuff and created something more complex or better, or maybe, you know, maybe not better. There's certain things that I guess over time, like you could argue AAA games, they've become too bloated, too many systems. There's a certain charm to like more simple, cut the fat, clean pacing of like, you know, something like an Ocarina of Time. That's something that still does really well compared to like 100-hour God of War or something, right? So it's like, I think that's worth talking about, and you can like bring in history and influence into that, but it's not the point. It's just like a part of it. Like, let me see this. Seeing this screenshot. I mean, I don't know. You're having your Udawara moment. I've been there. It's alright. We'll make it through it. We'd fast have been through that like 10,000 times. What the hell is going on here? I think for that, like, it's so hard to try to figure that out. Yeah. That's definitely an Uda moment. where you're like, am I the only person who thinks this is horrible? I don't know. It's one of those. It's like I don't want to be just like reductive or anything, but it's like, because I mean it is just point values. I don't know what they're thinking, but with Uda, it's like I could see a really old rating it high because, you know, back then, and this is if I'm talking like an actual older rating. It's like I said, there's gameplay, which is usually a little different. People generally like having some gameplay. You know, I could see people thinking that's cool. Even nowadays, like VNs don't have a lot. Like I said, the semi-isekai is like a cute concept. You know, they like waifus and sex that always like gives points. Like it's easily digestible. It's antics. Base level kind of Hollywood drama. You know, there's not really any big moments of like odd feelings you have to like, you know, like, oh, like, you know, this bad thing happened and that's very untraditional. It's like, it's when bad things happen they end up fine and all that, you know. It's like, it's very like palatable, I feel like, or just anyone, right? And I feel like all those things help like boost some of these games. Uda has nice art. I'm trying to not just say people just haven't played enough stuff or their standards are low, either in general or because of that, but I am trying to say it in a lot more words with more actual explanation. But I don't know. I've tried figuring out the Udawara Ramona one. Me and a bunch of people have forever. I always try to give those the best shot I could. It's just like, what the fuck? Fucking more. I need to be like, why my hero talking to me? I mean, that's like a certain thing. I don't think it's wrong. I always say, it's fine if you like them. It's fine. If you've only watched Boss Baby, I'm not gonna be angry that you like fucking the second thing you've ever seen. Even if I think it's bad, because, like, you know, it's your life. You've only seen what you've seen. You only care so much about what you care about. What if maybe you just rock climb 19 fucking hours a day and then you watched something. You watched Boss Baby, right? Like, you probably don't really care that fucking much. Okay. And even if you do care, it's like, you know, maybe you just find like comforting like AAA or Marvel's Flock to just, you know, that's what gets you. I think on an individual level, it's fine. I think when you want to discuss stuff more, I think when you've really tried to explore the medium a lot, you know, then you start questioning, like, what the fuck? Like, I don't expect anybody who's like played a bunch of VNs to really like, you know, I would want to have a conversation with somebody who's like likes Uda, but like has played a shitload of VNs, and it's like, hey, you know, they probably back it up in some way, and that's fine. But I'm also gonna be able to talk about why I don't like I've played what I've played. Boss Baby, I don't understand the cultural impact for. Is there cultural impact on Boss Baby? Maybe with memes, meme impact. I don't know. It's tough to. That's why I'm trying not to say fuck normies or something like that, because I mean, but the thing is, you could still make the argument though that, like, you know, ignorant like taking in of like enough media or just shoveling in whatever's given you without really caring probably, you know, creates more of that kind of media, especially when it's created by like big corporations or something. You know, if Disney just owns 90% of like all movies and they just shovel shit into your mouth all day, like that might just be all you know, because you just don't really care that much. And it's like, that sucks for the people who are passionate, who want to create special things. It's like, would I rather the standards change so that more pure creative things could be made, yes. So in a way, shoveling shit in your mouth is bad, but at the end of the day, I get it. It's fine. Just enjoy whatever. I don't think anybody who like enjoys Uda is like wrong on like a base level. I would disagree with anybody who like defends Uda. But there's nothing wrong with enjoying it. I don't know. Maybe that's not the best way to explain it. It's tough. Trails to Azure effect? What do you mean? Like sunk cost fallacy? Oh, yeah. See, yeah. That's what I was getting at earlier. Waifus, cats, you know, art, stuff like that, right? Big twists, you know. It's like they don't even have to be good, but they're just like instantly like, they're just very palatable. They're very like, it's easy just to, ooh, you know, like very accessible to a broad audience, right? There's no like feelings that you have like that are tough that you have to deal with, right? Like challenging. Most people aren't going to look for challenging media. Like they just don't want to. Right? That's why some people like don't like any horror. Right? Yeah. There's just certain films people avoid, and I feel like in the broad, the masses, there are probably trends in certain things that generally aren't gonna, you know, there's gonna be like a lot less people who dig into it. It's like Primer. There's like too much that you have to infer. People usually just want to like, just kind of, you know, they watch it, they're done. Maybe they do a little bit more and that's it. That's pretty common. I don't think that's the right objective thing, but that's just kind of how it normally is, right? That's why people will like just turn on the Netflix and just watch like mindless shit. There's nothing wrong with enjoying it, but let me see, what is this? Shoveling shit in your mouth is bad, but at the end of the day, yeah. The huge world-ending plot twist is always good. I mean, I think that's a big part of it. Well, I'm talking about like general audiences, right? Like why would Primer not work in Hollywood? Is it because Hollywood chooses for it to not work out? Or is it because your average Joe who consumes a very light amount of media because they've got other stuff going on, or maybe they've just really ignorant, or maybe they just haven't thought about it, or just whatever. Like it just doesn't work for them. Okay, I don't know if you're trying to like I'm not trying to say I have a problem with Primer's confusion level. But like, yeah, I'm talking more general audiences. So it's like, I feel like you can dilute enough of those things down where there'll be certain things that get like boosts. And then I feel like in certain like crowds, it even works even more, right? You know, VNs tend to be very waifu, you know, sex, all that kind of stuff. That tends to do a little better in the VN world, probably. Just in general, you're probably gonna get a couple point boosts, right? Like, I feel like that kind of stuff helps some of these games. But like, it doesn't make them good and it doesn't make them bad. But it does, I feel like, you know, it doesn't scare people away at the door, right? Because there's most people don't finish anything, right? So it's like a lot of people are just gonna be like, oh, you know, I know this is not for me, I can tell right away. But it's like something like Uda, or like, you know, it's like, it looks attractive right away. And maybe if you just drink moe shit all the time, you're like, whoa, this was really surprising. And I never would have actually you know, read a time travel or science fiction thing. So this blew my mind, you know, it's like, And the thing is, I don't have it. It's like I talk about that with like porn games. I have no problem with porn games at all. But it's like, you know, like how much of that is like influencing like certain kinds of creative works and the kind of community that like considers that to be, you know, certain kind of importance, and how does that affect the discussion and stuff like review scores and shit like that. So I don't know, it's tough. The trying to figure out the UDA thing is just insane. I feel like part of it, like I said, is how palatable most of it is. There's enough comedy, enough like, you know, drama and action and gameplay and tits and all that kind of stuff that helps a lot. But well, you gotta understand, most people, if they don't like UDA, if you read a bunch of UDA reviews, because I have, it's the eternal question, is most people aren't dumbasses like me, right? That would read 3 VNs in a series they think are horrible. They would just stop after 10 hours on the first one. If you read the reviews, generally Udo Arimono 1 has like the worst reviews, right? Because people are just fucking done. This is why sequels and stuff, unless they're like horribly worse, tend to in a certain game or in the game world, and sometimes, right? Like, I mean, they'll get a little, they tend to be a little, sometimes a little bit more positive, right? You know what I mean? What I'm trying to say is, people who don't like Udo Arimono are not going to stick around for 120 to 140 hours of 3 Udo Arimono games. Right? So of course, people are going to like 3 the most. It's the climax. It is the best of the 3, but it's still horrible. But it's also like, who's still playing it at this point? Like, you don't just jump in on the 3rd one. You could jump in on the 2nd one, but it's like, that's something to think about too. I'm not saying that the 3rd one isn't the best of the 3. I do think it is. But like, why would the 3rd one get like way better reviews? I mean, the only people left are the people who care about it. So as long as it kind of like delivers on it, it's like, okay, right? This isn't like a Hollywood where they make like a new movie in a series 20 years later and it's like a soft reboot where you can just jump in, right? Like, it's like a hard 3rd game. Hard 3rd story. Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's the people who like it. That's why I feel like you should check how many people have reviewed it too compared to the early ones. And it's tough. It's tough. It's the problem with point scores. It's a problem with aggregates. Like I said, I don't like point scores really. I mean, I deal in them for VNs, but more as like a conversation starter. I find them to be way too easy to like. It's a cool thought, like, experiment to put stuff in a chart and put a point on it and compare them, and maybe it'll help you like get through things. But like, at the end of the day, if you really want to dig in and get to the heart of it, it's like, I think they suck generally because of stuff like this. It's like, you know, people are bad at like thinking about where things fall comparatively. It's like this, right? An ending, right? You have a really good ending, people will just forget about the rest of it. And conversely, it's like, it's the opposite, and it's like, is that how it should be? You know, in 3 months, are they gonna be like, that actually wasn't that good, but they gave it like a 10. It's like, I mean, there's stuff like that happens where it's like, if you just talked about it, you wouldn't really have that problem. I mean, maybe you'd still come off with the high, but it's like, if you're made to talk about the whole thing, right? Well, then you have to deal with it. And it's like, I don't know. I fucking hated Alcana. Oh my god. I had somebody in here. I mean, I think they hate me, but I gave it totally good faith discussions all the fucking time. But, good god, yeah, I've never had to constantly discuss and break down why I like something so much against someone who was just all in for like the entire length of like a 40-hour VN. It was insane. I think this person hates me, or they shit talk me behind closed doors possibly. But you know what? I went in good faith, so it's all good. And I always will, you know, if you want to have a real conversation. But I don't get it without Kana. That's my point. It's like, Jesus, dude. That was another one for me. Where I was like, alright, art, 2 girls, and a lukewarm sports anime story. 10 out of 10. Which fan disc is it? I mean, is it the one with the young chick? I feel like that's what the vibe I'm getting. Is it the one that looks like a... Who is it in this one? In fan disc 2? The main chick? The Misaki after story. The Muv-Love effect. Yeah, I mean, see, it's tough. Like, most people aren't. Oh, it's the main chick. I mean, yeah, the main girl tends to be. I mean, you look at a fucking popularity poll, it's usually the main chick, right? I mean, that's fine. I mean, people, that's just, I mean, maybe it's because the writers spend the most time on that person. Maybe it's because the main chicks are, you know, the most palatable, and people don't think much past that. Like, whatever. Yeah, that's separate, sorry, but, A Secret? Yeah, I haven't read Muv-Love yet. Can't speak on it. Considered a big boy VN, but yeah, I mean, I still haven't read it. Yeah, I mean, I think that's a good example. It's a fan disc. It's made for the fans. I mean, that's why there's scores that weigh how many people have voted as well, right? That's important. It was probably never 7. Did I lie? Did I say I was gonna play one of them after the other? Well, there's always something else popping up with in the box. I'm gonna get the fucking fungus. I blame peer pressure. Nobody's been asking me to play Muv-Love. Maybe paying. Meanwhile, we gotta play Steins Gate. We gotta play 100 fucking science adventure things. Toya told me to mention. I don't know, it's tough. I mean, I feel like anybody who really likes stuff like Widow Ramona would just be like, hey, you're just like reaching to find reasons because you just don't like it. You know, there is no objective truth or code to crack or something. Yeah, I feel like you can make that argument. I wouldn't. I give things as fair a shake as I can. The good faith with, you know, I mean, there's certain games obviously I go with bad faith. Everybody does a little bit, but and that one it just never made sense to me. It's like, but I feel like trying to figure out why with Uda is so tough. You can't just say it's baby's first VN, but can you say it's baby's like 5th VN? Is that reductive? Is that just shitty? Because I mean, there's people who really enjoy Uda that have read a shitload of them. It's like, yeah, you might just value certain things too. Like I said, it's very fan servicey, it's very harem, it's very palatable. But I just don't know how people after 150 hours of those are like aren't losing their fucking shit. I mean, like I said, the people who lose their shit stop after like 10, 20 hours, so that's a big part of it. And I mean, Uda 1, 2, and 3, if you like the first one, there's no reason you wouldn't like the rest. They play off of the exact same shit. The same or worse levels of quality. Well, maybe not direct pressure, but suggestion, discussion of VNs over time. It's like we were talking about before, kind of shapes what you end up playing sometimes. Yeah, see, that's what I mean. It's like, I mean, a lot of people who don't... This is tough too, because it's not always true. It's true for like a certain extent, I guess. But it goes both ways. I was gonna say, well, a lot of people just, you know, never mind. It depends. Also, there's some people who are prone to just negative reviews. Like it's like when somebody leaves a review for like a mechanic. It's like, you know, you're generally not gonna get a whole lot of people putting positive shit out. It's usually like complaints. But it's like with art and that stuff, it's a little different. There's some people who just won't leave a review. There's some people who just know it's bad enough where they just want to move on, right? There's some people who care about finishing something, and it's like if they're not gonna finish it, they're not gonna like talk about it. I feel like less people run in that camp. I feel like that's kind of just like me, but I don't think you can draw any big connections there. I definitely think, you know, there's more people who, if you enjoy it, are gonna finish it than people who hate it are gonna finish it, of course. But whether that relates to like reviews, I don't know. It would be the idea that people who don't like something just are gonna move on, or are they gonna actually review something? Oh, the gameplay is insanely simple. It's so basic. You can just walk around with whoever you want, however you want. Half-ass the QTEs because you can rewind everything. The equipment barely matters. You don't need to do any side missions. It is like bare bones as a video game. Not a, I mean, yeah, I would say even like old ass. I mean, I haven't played all the Fire Emblems. I've only played a little bit of like 6, but yeah, I watched it for a bit. I would imagine even like, I mean, like some of the oldest Fire Emblems probably clear. Well, some of Uda, man. That's why I say it's cute in the sense that it is a VN, you know, 2/3 of the time with gameplay the rest, as like a little mix-up. But each of those individual elements are not good, and I don't find the break from bad VN to lukewarm, like tactics to be like exciting, right? I find that to be more interesting in like an Ace Attorney or something, or like a Zero Escape, where it's like, you know, it's better done. Has more to do with what's happening in the world in a way. It tends to be like there's more pace breaking between them, that the systems are thought out a little bit more. Like I'm like, okay, and it's like Ace Attorney, it's like I'm like literally doing detective work, right? I'm literally learning about characters. I'm jumping back into the courtroom stuff, and it's like, dude, it's like, yeah, you're fighting the battles in the war, but it's like it's so dry, man. Despite taking so much time, it's way too focused on for what it is. I don't know. I guess it's about pace. It's about just execution, more importantly. Yeah, that too. What's up, Bradless? I mean, with Uda, it's like most of the events in the first half happen off screen. It's bizarre. I don't know. Uda's bizarre to me. I honestly think people don't think about the Uda story almost at all and just see cute girls doing things, and that's kind of the end of it. And then when like the big moments happen near the end, because every Uda tends to be very big moment at the end heavy, then they turn like their brains back on to like think about the story. Because I mean, Uda 1 and 2 are essentially just 90% comedy hijinks, despite there being a war going on that you're a part of, and then they just have like random battles just in between the hijinks. And then at the last 10%, it's like, hey, here's all the crazy sci-fi twists and time shit and all that. And I don't know. I don't know how you get to that point, though. Like, how do you put up with so much of it? Like, is it really... I mean, I guess if you just really get into the hijinks. And the girls, it's like... You really have to be into the most tropey, just tired bullshit to enjoy Yuno's hijinks. In the first game, you can give it a little bit of a pass because it's like that shit would still be tired, but like at least it came out a long time ago. It's bad by today's standards because it is just tired and shit. But it's not like it's particularly done well either. But it's like, god damn, even in the second game, which is not that old, it's like, it's just so fucking tired, and there's so many plot holes and just nonsense, and every one of these videos is so long, and the pace, it's just, I just don't know how you get, I guess, like, if you just really enjoyed the slice of life in it, maybe you could just put up with the rest, you don't think about it much. I mean, that happens, right? There's just the one thing that's so good that the rest of it kind of gets carried by it. Where if it doesn't carry it, then you start noticing how bad the rest of it is, right? It's like Dragon Guard, right? You could argue Dragon Guard's gameplay is pretty shit. But everything else is so cool that the gameplay at least feeds into like the idea of what the story's going for, then I like it overall, right? So it's like maybe with Uda Waramono, the idea is like, you know, you do get, I mean, you have to enjoy it, you'd have to get into the antics and the comedy and stuff. Like, you just forget about how bad the other shit is until it's the end of the game, and then big stuff happens, and then you're shitting and pissing and coming and all that. I don't know. Like I said, at the end of the day, enjoy what you want to enjoy. I sound super pretentious by this whole thing, but it's always been one of the biggest mysteries, like, why do I hate this so much? They're considered some of the best fans ever. As someone who tries to be very open-minded and just give everything a fair shake, man. I mean, I'm not gonna like bend over backwards and say everything's great because somebody put effort into it. I think that kind of going about things is stupid. I think you can respect anything anybody made. I mean, somebody put a lot of time and effort into it, a dream, and it's like, I respect that, but it doesn't mean I have to like what it is. If I said everything was good because somebody put effort into it, then I mean, there'd be no standard. It's like, I don't know. It's like, it's cool people got some big thing to enjoy. When I see people like, oh, what's the VNs you got at, what's the first VNs you got at entry level? I'm like, I don't get the Uda ones. I don't know why I have such a different opinion. I mean, I do know why I have why I hate them so much, but I don't know why the general consensus on those is so different. I honestly think it's just like most people just drop the first one, and that's it. Or maybe they just haven't played enough stuff, or some of these tropes and shit aren't tired as fuck, or the gameplay's got a novelty to it. Because I mean, in general, people hate reading. It's like your average Joe, right? Like, you know, average gamer, they hate to read. I watch people all the time who are just like kind of just play whatever the fuck, right? And they hate reading. So it's like, there's a little bit of gameplay. Maybe that helps. I don't know. I don't know what it is. You'd have to there'd have to be science involved to figure out the Uda thing. which is an extension, like, is why I brought up Uda. I think your G Senjas, your KNS, your Yunos, your Udas. For me, it's like I actually find certain things in Uno to be enjoyable. If you don't like those things, then there's a lot less to enjoy there. Like I said, if you don't like the comedy style in Uno, yeah, it's probably a fucking low-ass score. But I enjoy some of the dialogue. So. That coupled with some of the atmosphere and shit. Some of the events that happen and some of the common routes, not common routes, but pre-true end routes. Everything in the true routes fucked. Well, I don't think Uno's as bad as Udawara Ramono, but it's the same category, right? G Senjo's like baby's first VN good kind of thing, right? It's like baby's first, cat and mouse story. That kind of deal. Where it like was considered like a god VN way back in the day. I think opinions on it have shifted a bit nowadays. No age scenes. I streamed it. So maybe that's not the best one anymore. But I feel like I always saw G Senjo in that same camp back in the day as like one of the big VNs. But I think nowadays I think people have cooled on it a bit. So maybe it's not the best one to include in there. I mean, it's definitely not baby's first VN. That's like Ace Attorney or Danganronpa, but those are good. But G Senjo, I always feel like was in the overrated category. I don't know. I feel like we've jumped into this conversation and segued it into gimmicks before. Like gimmicks, high concept stuff that gets by on novelty alone. That's a thing that evaporates over time. Fads, stuff like that. It was like motion, right? Everybody's like, wow, motion, I'm shitting, I'm coming, I'm farting, this is awesome. And then it's like, people want nothing to do with motion after, like with the Wii, hardly. And then it's just refined to the point where it's only a utility and a few like interesting thought out games on it. You could say that happens with like story concepts and settings and stuff, right? Cyberpunk was a novelty at some point, and now it's not as much. So that's where execution comes in. So I feel like stuff like time travel in a VN or a route choices, or there's a Fire Emblem gameplay, or there's cat and mouse, or then there's novelty. And I feel like if you come in at the right time, or even not at the time, just in an audience that maybe they're new to it. It's like when you're watching some of your first anime, it's like, it blows your fucking socks off. But then it's like, probably if you rewatched it, right, you'd feel different. I mean, it's like that kind of thing. It's like, your standards change because of like stuff you've read. The same thing happens with trends or novelties and like just culture, and it's like maybe some of these VNs just a little bit, that's kind of they've got like a hook, right? And they're like cool in the moment, but then when you really think back to yeah, I think those are the things like, do they stand the test of time, right? Something like Wii Sports, there's a lot to discuss there because of the history, but is anybody like popping off to Wii Sports? Nah, not really. like it's a huge deal at the time, right? But like Wii Sports Resort's a lot better though, yeah. That's my point. It's like that's more like executed on and has like more fleshed out, but it's like Wii Sports is more important. was the bigger thing, but it's like a lot of it was novelty more than it was execution. And I mean, at the time you could say maybe Wii Sports was executed on well, but it's executed on better later by other motion games, or people found out that this was a cool like thing, but once you're used to it, there's not much there to chew on. I think it's the like, but going back to the argument what we were talking about with history, where you should never say something is good just because of history, but I think it's worth talking about in its own right and can bring a lot of fun to playing something, this history and influence and stuff. Because there are novelties and shit, right? I mean, the original Star Fox is horrible. I think that game is fucking rancid. But it was like one of the early 3D games. It looks really crazy, right? But it sucks. It's not fun at all. Like, by any standard, it's like, but like at the time, right? That's just like that was the standard, that was special or something. So yeah, it just depends. It's important historically, but you should never completely have that be like what your opinion is on something. And I mean, that's if you want to shoot the shit about it a bunch. I mean, preferably if you're putting your opinion out into the void along with other more fleshed out opinions and it's gonna like inform people. I mean, that's why Valve puts the funny mark on stuff. This is the don't take it fucking seriously mark. Like that kind of thing. It's like you just want to say your piece. You don't have to write like some big thing on it. But yeah, I think people should just be honest about that kind of thing. If you don't care, we'll just say it. I've talked about that before. You play like 1-2 hour game a year. Nothing wrong with it. But like a lot of people are like, there's, depending on the conversation and like it's like with like an engineer or something. There's certain engineering jobs probably or tasks where you can have an opinion on it as a layman or as someone with not like, a lot of experience maybe, but it's like it doesn't because there's a hard thing you have to do then. With art it's different. I think the opinion of somebody who's only plays 2 hours of video games a year is interesting. I think it's valuable in a certain way. I think it's super important for the industry because most people do just play a few games a year, right? I'll see people all the time like, yeah, I would love if, game from my childhood came back and I just like Pokemon Red and it was on the Switch and I just played it for 3 months and I'm like, wow, you can play that for 3 months? People do. It's like, this is like where a lot of money is. So I think it's important, but it's like, I don't really care about that person's opinion in the realm of like heavy super duper discussion about like a game or like you know what I mean, for like somebody with like a lot of hours or like a certain like investment I guess in the medium. I don't think it's wrong. That sounds so fucking elitist and pretentious because I think it is important, but it's like okay, I want to know about a game in its entirety from someone. I don't listen to the guy who played it for an hour. That doesn't mean that he's wrong. It doesn't mean it's not a valid opinion. I just want to know about the whole thing. It's like, so I mean, it's like, it's that kind of, it's like that. It's hard to explain that. I don't know. I'm trying to say, I'm not trying to say like I want to like filter people out and say their opinions aren't like worth anything. But you're going to get a different kind of conversation that may or may not have value to you as much, depending on what you're after, right? Like, could I have an interesting conversation, like, with someone's great grandma, or about a game? Like, maybe it'd be interesting to see like a different perspective on it. But like, if they don't play games at all, like, can I really, even though they have an opinion on it, really have a discussion about the meat, the nitty gritty of something? Probably not. And I feel like that's okay. It's something to think about, and I guess something. Consider writing my first genre poker or something, but it'd be for explain how bizarre a remake of something else is. You can guess pretty easily what I'm talking about. Also, I lied about another review on Steam before. Beanie. Beanie. Paste. Never 7. Never 7's like all in the ending. And I think the ending's really good. That's a good example of something where you need to think about the journey, because it does not recontextualize the whole journey. The ending of Never 7. First 7 is bad. The ending's great, but it's a bad VN. It does not like retroactively save it. It does not feel like everything before it was like masterfully crafted to make the ending work, and you just found out. That very rarely happens. It's worth talking about in history, influence, some of the ideas. There is execution of the ending that's really cool. But if somebody seriously is like, man, this is a 10 out of 10 VN, when like 80% of it is unrelated dog shit, I mean, come on, right? If that's where we're at with standards and shit, it's like, how the hell do you even navigate the rest of every fucking VN out there, right? Never 7 is not better than Higurashi. I'll say it. I'll say what we're thinking, alright? That's a hot take. Not my take. Sam's take. I'll say it for everybody else. I'll Sam smokes a cigar. I don't think it's better than any Higurashi set of 4. I mean, you can definitely change it. The goalpost can be moved a little bit, and maybe I could respect it a little bit, the opinion. But I don't think so. Smoke it. Nah, David Lynch is smoking. Hey man, you gotta be careful with them smokes. David Lynch is sick. Don't smoke too much, alright? I mean, are there like cherry-picked moments? I wonder what David Lynch would think about VNs. You think it'd be like a Miyazaki where it's like an affront to God or something? He's talking about other anime. Yeah, the end of Never 7 in a bubble is really good. I wish it had like a whole thing attached to it. But like, it's so clearly a different writer just coming in and doing something at the end, right? I'd be sick of David Lynch VN. What is the David Lynch of VNs? Not like the creator, but like, what is the game that is the most Lynchian? 2236? 2236 is pretty close. The last third of Myth? Maybe. No, not entirely. I'd have to look through my VNs. David Lynch to VNV based. I mean, Myth is more ballsy and interesting at times than Higurashi Answers, but I think overall, the overall quality of it, the execution of it, the minute to minute for how long the fucking thing is, I think Higurashi's better for sure than Myth. Myth has that problem where it has a lot of dog shit, and it even stumbles on its like cool shit. Where I find Higurashi, well flawed, to not really fumble it that hard. But what was I talking about before? It was this, I've had this conversation so many times, but I never quite could nail it. Because it's really tough. Because you sound like the most fucking pretentious elitist, like. And I always have to like say it a million times, like, you know, people enjoy whatever they want. I don't think less people for enjoying shit, and I don't think not playing a lot of shit makes you like lame or good. I don't think playing a lot of shit makes you better. I just think there's certain kinds of conversations you can only really have with a certain, maybe to a certain extent there's like diminishing returns, but it's like, I can't talk about, Uchikoshi's fucking career to someone who's never read a fucking more than 5 minutes of an Uchikoshi video. It's just not gonna happen. It could be an interesting conversation with someone like who's not into it or doesn't really know, and it's like, so I mean, that can kind of like inform opinions too. It's like, like Danganronpa 1's a 10 out of 10 because I've never played anything like it. It's like a novelty. It's like, I think Danganronpa is good, but like, do I think it's as good as I probably did back then? No, because I've played more shit now, and it's like a greater, I guess, either certain things have worn down for me trope-wise, or I've just got a greater, I guess, view of human expression in the medium, or just in general, or something. I mean, I don't know. I mean, people also change, right? It's tough. This is why that's why there's no hard anything to opinions. And it's another reason I like point values, because it tries to apply too much of a hard something to an amorphous concept. But I don't know. It's good to not try to get that deep into every single conversation you have, though, because then you never go anywhere. But so I said, it's a fun thought experiment, but I feel like you got to know when to like park it at the door too. Like I said, I think any kind of conversation, regardless of how much you've read or something, is interesting. Any opinion is like, it's valid, I suppose, right? But there's a certain extent that I like care enough about it, right? Like if I want to hear about, somebody who's finished something, I'm not going to go listen to the opinion of someone who's not finished it. Could be interesting still anyways, might have some kind of bearing on that conversation, but it's going to be, a little less important. The opinion of somebody who's not researched something or hasn't played something, it's like, and I feel like you can maybe kind of apply that to a medium a little bit. This is where it starts getting elitism and like I feel like ultra pretentious. I'm not trying to come across as like, wow man, I've played a lot of VNs. I've got the say on everything. Like, that's not the idea. It's more like that informs why I think certain things are away, and possibly why certain games that are more popular maybe like do get received a certain way. And it's not really a judgment call on whether that's right or wrong, but just like an explanation as to why. Something like Uda maybe is the way it is. Elitist commentary on visual novels, yeah. I worry too much about trying not to sound that way, but it's like, when you're discussing this kind of shit, I mean, it's like when we're critiquing a game, it's like, you're gonna sound like you're coming from a place of like superiority because you're like talking down and stuff, and it's like, maybe you can slip into that kind of sound, and I need to make sure never to do that. But it's like, I don't think you should like let coming across that way stop you from having a conversation, right? And I think people should be more okay about that kind of thing in the first place. Because I don't equate critique or discussion or anything to like, personal attacks on people. I mean, I'll make jokes, like drooling people or something. It's like, look, I ain't staying up late at night, awakened in a cold sweat, thinking about why somebody likes Uda, or why a certain creator is the way they are, or something like that, right? I think it does. I think it'd be dishonest to say it doesn't matter at all, because like I said, I mean, standards and what you take in from, like, you know, maybe a big company or something can inform what they're going to make, right? And they're only going to make things that people are going to buy. They can create that situation where they make a world where they create the things that everybody wants, and they set what people do want to have, right? You know, like if Disney owned everything, and then Disney gets to decide what's everybody wants to a certain extent. So, but that's more of like a cynical take on it. I think it does matter to a certain extent. I don't think just having an opinion on art is completely harmless in a way, but I don't think it matters that. It's more just for the sake of discussion. Overnight oat reviews, throwing a little protein, throwing a little PB in there, and a little honey. I got through it a lot quicker than the. Now I gotta say, the one where I made the puree, it was a lot better when it was colder, because I think I put it in there a little too much and it was a little too warm, and I think I had a mix of like warm and cold, and it didn't work. George R. R. Martin Elden Ring. So somebody else made it? Like an Uchikoshi collaboration with David Lynch? Oh my god. Whew. That sounded wrong to say. Ooh, God, Jesus. That's the stuff of nightmares, dude. I don't think that would work out very well at all. That's like fucking oil and water, just deep chill. Yeah, I think it was a little too. Because I mean, I've been putting them in the chill, but I mean, when I made the sauce, I had to heat it up. So. But no, I liked eating it just straight up with peanut butter honey. I put some walnuts on top and shit. It was pretty good. Yeah, I've got 2 more jars full. I don't know if I'll have any more tonight, but I'll have one tomorrow. The next day. I'm glad I like it. It's definitely something on the cheap I can slap in whatever. And while I might not make all of the recipes I'd planned on, I have so many toppings and stuff I can use because of them that it wasn't money wasted. I don't know if I'll use the syrup a whole lot. Well, yeah, I gotta use a little bit for my base oats recipe. Finding Paradise. It's based. I think if you read Finding Paradise and you don't say it's based, then you are wrong, and I got no respect for you. But take everything I said back. This is pretentious elitism at its finest. I got no respect for you. You're going straight into the queue. No, I'm just kidding. It would hurt, but it'd be fun to talk about. Bird Story's good. Sam, when he sees one joke, 0 out of 10. Like, Bird Story doesn't have many jokes. I gotta say, if there's one thing I've slowly, I feel like maybe started seeing with Sam is I feel like when the comedy comes in, the opinion on something drops fucking hard. Sam got no whimsy? Meanwhile, yeah, Robotics notes and summer pockets. 428, yeah. And all that. But maybe those are the exception. Little Buster's comedy. I think in To the Moon for sure there's like some like ancient comedy that's a little off-putting. I think they wrap it all together pretty well though. And I think as they explore the characters a bit, it doesn't feel like just hollow references, but I think for nowadays, To the Moon, there's definitely some moments in it that I can understand it's a hurdle to get over, then come back into. But I think the pace, its pacing is like really good, and generally they're like the dialogue and the idea is pretty clean. I mean, they still have jokes and stuff, but yeah, I mean, it's ancient. They all balance like dark comedy and stuff to a certain extent. For me, it's more just like the pacing of those, the writing. They're very, very cleanly put together. A lot of setup, a lot of payoff, a lot of... I have whimsy. The thinking man's awkward of time. Like how applying the thinking man to something is the most hollow way to sound smart. What is there to think about with Goemon compared to Ocarina? That's what's funny about it, though. The whimsy in question. That sounds like a silver case thing to say, Sam. To say you're smarter and think more and harder, and that's why you like what you like. It is funny. I mean, it's true though. I would say I think you can make a good argument that Goemon is more soulful than Ocarina of Time though. Now, I think that's just because nowadays Goemon stands out way more on the soul factor. And I don't think it's because Ocarina of Time doesn't have as much, if not more, soul. I think we're just more used to that kind of like bar and detail and stuff out of like Zeldas and just like games, and obviously the setting in Zelda's not as like unique, where it's like Goemon's still very like just like whoa, you know. It's like there's like Max and the plasma guy, and you know, it's super soulful but not in a really like a nuanced way. But like Ocarina of Time's got like you could put the fairy on the stick and walk it around, or the firefly on the stick and walk it around, and it creates like a fairy and shit. Just like all of this completely pointless detail soul shit. Just like little shit like that. I don't think Goemon's got any of that. You know, it's small, but like there's a lot of soul in Ocarina of Time. It's just not like Impact, literally the song, just boom in your face, like Giga Soul, and that's like the appeal, right? Ocarina of Time's like a game that just keeps on giving because there's so much detail and soul put into it. Where Goemon's like a tour de force of like just fuck you, just straight to the face soul. It's like God Hand. So yeah. Gorgeous. But I think if you just did a casual playthrough, I could see the argument for Goemon being more soulful, for sure. All jokes aside. The thinking man's Ocarina of Time. Based. I need to play more Goemon games. Oh. What game are we playing right now? This is why I won't get to anonymous code in time. I don't know. I always worry in these like 50-minute conversations that my take and my stance, nobody knows it by the end of it. So I'll repeat it and try to like clean it up a bit. Because I'm like, damn, I better come across as a fucking asshole. I mean, you spend some time here. That's the problem. People don't spend some time. You know, honestly, you spend some time here. Obviously, there's good faith. But I feel like it's a like this may clip me out of context. Do I come across as like a fucking asshat? I'm not worried about it. But I think it's good to get everything hashed out in your mind or out loud for the sake of good conversation. Just dedicated to takes. I mean, we've done that. Oh, you mean like conversation start? I've thought about that. My notes. I've got it's like when I warn people that we're gonna do a tier list and make your own tier list, or like the end of the year streams, bring your own shit. I've thought about, call me a nerd or pretentious, but I have extensive notes back in the day. Still do. I like the flow and like how I should approach things in conversation streams, but the idea there, they're like having like a prompt. Like I could be like, hey, you know, we're gonna talk about X and Y this stream. So come in and talk about it if you want. Problem is, I can get those kinds of conversations, but sometimes it would just be nothing. So it's like, the motivation's always kind of like iffy. I'm like, do I like just come out and just talk about whatever just to myself, or if I'm going to force or try to make it a conversation, it's like there needs to be a certain amount of like scheduling or something. But it's like, it's not like the biggest stream, so it's like to a certain extent something that always has the chance to fall on its face. But I think it was fun. Podcast, I've always thought about a podcast, but honestly I don't know enough people that would be interested enough in keeping up with current events and being there for pretty much all the usual topics we're gonna get into to like hold like a podcast. I think generally the stream just kind of does it anyways. But there is a difference between just me babbling to people in chat for like 12 hours versus a nice 2 to 3 hour long focused rundown through a bulletin list of like topics and stuff with other people live, right? So on voice, it's a different thing for sure. I think they kind of exist in the same world. And there's a lot of research and news and stuff I'll look into I never get a chance to talk about. So I mean, being able to force the matter would be cool, but no, I think it's interesting though, because I would like to have, you know, if people want to discuss certain things, like maybe you know, that wouldn't come up naturally. I've thought hard about like, should I have like a prompt for the day, a discussion for the day, or like a stream where we talk about it. Like I said, I feel like the tier lists are kind of that. We're all kind of like warning people about it. I'll do it again. We're gonna do a tier list, I guess, before the new Zelda. So, make your tier list, we can talk about it. I'll put out the warning when I'm gonna do it, probably sometime after we've gotten through Spirit Tracks. But you're on safety? No, you want, I mean, you don't want an echo chamber. Good to see the differing opinions. It's nice when people back them up, but it's also based when you pull a David Lynch and say, you know, please elaborate on that, and then you say no, and then that's the end of it. Bad conversation, but hey, it's kind of based. We could look at it, talk about it, and then that's the end of it. Could you elaborate on that a little bit? No. So, that's your base thing. One like your Sekimea take? I don't know. I've been devil's advocate for plenty of Sekimea stuff. I mean, I like it a lot. But I'm also at a particular point in just, you know, I read enough shit where there's just certain things that I really like about it, and uniqueness to it. But I feel like a lot of people wouldn't get into it, just like that it's not character driven as much, that there's not as much emotionally driven shit, that it has this kind of a rough start. It comes out a little too hard out of the gate. There's later on you find out there's kind of reasons for some of that, but I feel like it's kind of a little transparent in the beginning. So I've tried to be devil's advocate on it. Overall, I consider it like pretty godly VN, but I mean, I don't think you need to be like afraid. But I can understand where people would like. I've always called Sekimei extremely niche, but that's what I really like about it. Usually, the things made for everyone tend to, you know, there's only certain things you can make then, right? Where I feel like stuff that's just uncompromising. You know, the breadth of human creativity. There's just like stuff that, like, you know, might only be for the creator, but it might be for all intents and purposes possibly just shit, right? Because to a certain extent, and I mean, standards are created by like a larger, I suppose, you know, the larger aggregate of people. But like, I don't know. I feel like when you're getting enough stuff, sometimes that fringe shit is just like super interesting. I mean, it's super niche. There's so many reasons your average Joe wouldn't get into it based on traditional storytelling, or just, you know, it just doesn't hit what you're interested in a story. But I like that about it. But I also just like the execution. I think like stuff like the music and how everything comes in, how dramatic, intense things are, and how impressive the time travel and the quizzes, and it's got the best, probably some of the best UI, like systems type of stuff, and I mean with notes, with timelines, with all that stuff, just the best there. But yeah, it just depends. So felt more emotions at the hug than a lot. I liked the characters, honestly. Like, I felt some stuff about them, and some of them got wrecked and shit. I was like, damn, man. I mean, I wasn't like sobbing or anything, but there were certain character moments like I enjoyed, and I feel like the characters are more of like a tool, but I feel like they were, you know, interesting enough for what it was, right? It didn't feel like they were just pieces on a board, but it's not a story that's driven by purely, you know, like drama or something, right? Yeah, I think, like, yes, there's room for it to probably have the best of all worlds, but it's one of those where it's like, yeah, it doesn't keep it from not being like a godly one for me. But I get that it's niche, right? I mean, I also spent like 110 or 20 hours on it, writing notes and everything. Like, clearly, I was very invested in the kind of VN it was. Yes, I do know that people made it. That affects things. I try to not let that stuff affect shit. Does it super deep down? I'm sure a little bit, but because I mean, I think you'd be bullshitting if you said no. But I mean, I'm sitting here critiquing it, right? I mean, the creators probably could be literally fucking watching this stream right now, so it's like I'm not like too worried about the personal shit. It'd be cool if they ever made another one, but yeah, who knows? It's not an easy thing to do, especially on that level of quality and stuff. So probably one of the problems with something niche is probably not going to get a... You know, it might be hard to see the... You'll see that with a lot of creators. I'm not saying for this creator in particular that's what's going on, but I mean, you know, just the facts of it. The more niche something is, the less monetary success you're going to probably see, right? If that's a big play onto whether or not somebody wants to do another one, it's like, you know, I mean, that's exactly the point. Is people will do that, and they will undermine the integrity of their fucking project for a buck. And it's like, I get it. I think you can have both, right, to a certain extent, but like, you know, like would Sekime be better if there's more ass and titties? Probably not. Like, would it sell more because of it? Probably, but it's like, so you can't really have both on that front. But there are certain VNs, like a science adventure, you can have fan service because it's got like a sexual degeneracy thing going on as part of its like plot and story and character. So it's like you can make it kind of work. Like Medusa can be sexy in Fate because like myths and like kind of like designs and like maybe not too much, but it's like you can kind of make it work, right? Like the chains, like, you know, how she fights and shit. It's like you can kind of make it sexy. Like there's like reasonable levels of like we could probably appeal to like, you know, sex sells or fan service sells, but I don't think there's any room for that in Sekime. Damn, it's gone as low as $5. Wild. Yeah, it sucks. There's so many big VNs that have been around so long that are still so pricey. Like, there's a lot I want to grab. I'm like, good God. I'm like, yeah, it's wild. Hmm.
今日は結構あったかいなって思ってね。んで、原付は止めてきた？
今日は起動テストするからようやく帰って
Maybe next time, yeah.
よろしくね。
It's cool seeing people talk about it in places. It's like, I think it's, you know, I feel like Western VNs get like a bad rap sometimes, but it's like really interesting and really, like I said, uncompromising. I think its nicheness will probably give it a lot of naysayers, I'd imagine, and turn a lot of people off, but I feel like if it's up your alley, it will really work for you. It's kind of sad when you're seeing people talking about like, hey, what are some good mystery VNs, you know, recently? And it's like, you're just seeing like AI and shit, and you're just like, like, sure, but like, I've seen like big lists, and I'm just like, and sometimes you will see something, but then sometimes you don't see it. I'm like, God, like, is this not known enough? Or is it when people are talking about mysteries, it's still like, you know, character driven mysteries, that type of shit, you know? Yeah.
でも俺、完成した2号機をまだ見てないんだけど。
Yeah, well, it's like it's a very good example of just like a very cleanly done like Western one, because you'll see that too a lot, just like people just who hate Western made VNs, and I feel like that's gotten better since like VNs really hit Steam in a big way. You see a lot more Western made ones that work out, but there's still some of that sentiment. Yeah, that's the anti-VN argument. Reading, boring. I'm gonna go read fucking Reddit posts and texts all fucking day because that's not reading. Like, fuck you. I mean, I get it. That's a totally different thing, right? Like, yes, I mean, people probably read more now than they ever have, technically, because of just, like, reading on your phone, but for entertainment, right, you have to sit there and patiently read. I don't know. If you give, I mean, I'm trying not to just say it, but I kind of want to say it. Mm. I think if as a whole, any kind of reading, just like because there's certain mediums that aren't for some people. I think if you give stuff a shot, truly a shot, and you're just like, it's just not my, I just prefer like just animation. I like to spend my limited free time doing something with a bit more agency and interactivity. Totally understandable. I think when I hear people just say I don't like reading, you're just kind of stupid. Like, I don't have any respect for like that kind of shit. Like, people have been reading since time immemorial. I think you just sound dumb when you just like I just can't handle reading like at all, like just a little bit. Like even in like a game with like really any text, you gotta like master it. Like just like you need to fucking like you broaden your horizons a little bit more than that. I get, I mean, I like reading, but it's like, I mean, I'm not always reading. It's not like, I mean, if you like broke up all my time in certain mediums, it's like, I mean, reading books it's not super high these days. It's like, so you could say to a certain extent, maybe I lean more on, more interactive mediums. I think it's fine, but it's just like, I don't know. It's like when I see people say, man, fuck anime, because it just looks like anime, and I don't like weebs, and it's cartoons, and that's for kids. I'm like, it comes across as like the same thing to me when it's like, I just don't like reading. I'm just like, what? How old are you? Like, I don't know. The real hard talk is novel main saying VNs aren't real reading. I mean, is there certain things that novels do better than VNs or differently? For sure. Is there a certain level of like depth and so? Thing is, I also feel like the amount of VNs compared to the fucking ocean of novels, you're gonna have this huge like fight where it's like, how do it's gonna be super hard because there's like a bazillion different kinds of novels for like just one fucking VN. I think it's a totally different medium that brings like its own mix of like music and like visuals to the story. Generally some cultural stuff, right, and styles to come with VNs too, but I mean now with Western VNs it's different. But it's just like, it's one of those things where it's like, because you'll see that argument a lot. You'll see people say, oh, VNs are like a joke because books exist or something, and I can go read about philosophy in a book or something, and meanwhile I'm looking at titties bouncing around in a VN, and it's like, well, not like you can't find that in like like a book too. I'm not saying one's better than the other, absolutely not, but I mean there's just such a breadth that books have. VNs are a very different thing. I do think that some of the stigma VN gets keeps it from being a bigger deal. Yeah, it's very interesting. I think it's very important. I don't know. I'm not going to get into is objectively this medium better than another kind of thing. I have always been of a mind that you should jump in as many mediums as you can with as much range as you can. Because that's how you're going to be able to relate it back to other mediums and like, develop like, just have more fun, see more human expression and kind of just not just fun either. I mean, challenging opinions and media and the times or just people's individual just passions and stuff. Just being able to see it in their medium of choice and a particular way they want to do it, right? Like there's certain stuff that only manga can do, and there's certain stuff that only VNs can do. When somebody who's truly passionate like picks that and they go for it, and it's cool seeing all the different variety. I think saying like one medium's worse than the other is fucking stupid. Because why would you ever want to stifle human creativity or something? It's not like having VNs exist makes books not exist, and vice versa. I think you should just foster whatever fucking like medium somebody's passions like I don't know. I've read more books than I've read VNs. I mean, I literally like could spend as much time as you see me streaming reading books in like high school and stuff. Like I was reading Psycho, and I still like to. I think the streams obviously push me more to do more game stuff. I mean, I read a lot of VNs now. Because I kind of do both, right? But it's definitely not like a. I don't know. It's like console wars to me. I just think it's stupid. I think there's merit in discussing certain things certain mediums can do better than others, right? Or differently, right? Like, mediums with like music can apply like, a different sense to something and maybe combine that with other senses or just enough imagination, right? Like, because the VNs have a certain limitation, so there's a little bit of imagination sometimes there. But like you could just have, where you're just reading like an audiobook or something where it's like maybe they're just talking and it's like just the music's there possibly, but there's no visuals, so it's like you're activating certain amounts of imagination, and it's like you can get certain feelings, right? Like if somebody really has a clear vision for what they want, maybe they want this many stimuli as possible to give you this very fine cut vision in like a movie form, or maybe a TV show because it's longer and they can have something like more fleshed out. I don't know, I think it's dumb to compare them. I mean, it's interesting to compare them. I don't know, when people just are like, VNs are just worse because of the X and Y. It's the same argument as VNs are bad because a lot of them have tits. There's so many just great, like, moving things I've just, like, experienced in a VN, just like with books. It's a different thing, and I think you should challenge yourself to be in as many headspaces as possible so you're not a fucking loser. I mean, it's funny to talk about. I like this shit. I think this shit's really funny. Like, this is what I mean. People are bad about this too. It's like, I think these are fun thought experiments even when they're not shit posts. But I think people are really bad at like separating like a thought experiment or just a discussion from like cold hard, like, this is what I operate on and my hard opinions and what I truly believe. It's just like fun. It's like I said, I hate like number scores, but I still have like a VN tier list with numbers because it's just kind of fun sometimes. What is this one? Kino, TV shows, poems, video essays. Video essays. People consider those like ultra low tier. I mean, I like them. Almost Kino, but not enough peaks. Video games, movies, TV shows. It's got the Big Bang for the Young Sheldon. W Media, podcast, manga, mid, speeches, anime, speeches. Oh, The Good Doctor, yeah. Trash, cartoons, visual novels, documentaries. It's got fucking, this is a P. Diddy documentary. Slop, comics, music. True. I mean, you could argue the state of certain things is like lower. Like, I would say the current state of comics is probably dog shit, right? But the idea of comics is like a medium. It's not a bad thing, right? It's not that different to like manga. Generally just more color and more of a Western culture applied to it, right? Maybe a certain length or style to like stories. Like anime tend to, on average, not, a lot of them are adaptations for one, but tend to not be like infinite. There's some shonens that are that way, but it's like, where I feel like comics are like, they just kind of never end. And then stuff like Western television, I feel like through history, it's more been like a never ending just milk, where it's like, a lot of like anime tends to be like something that finishes. And now it's a little different though, right? You'll see like prestige television, like your True Detectives. Well, they'll keep making new seasons to milk it, but they'll have like set stories, and so it just changes over time. So sometimes it's not even. That's why I say it's like you can compare the state of mediums. Like, yeah, comics are probably dog shit nowadays, but the idea of comics is not like a lesser medium. I find that the difference between them is not too crazy. It's like when we were getting into the conversation about The Last of Us and The Last of Us show. I don't give a fuck about a Last of Us show because at this point, the video game is like barely any different in terms of like how you experience it. There's more gameplay and more like agency and stuff, but it's like you're very close to it. It's essentially coming off as like a show. So it's like I don't really care about it as much. I find stuff like an anime getting turned into a live action episodic show to be like a waste, because there's not even an interesting like different take on it. Like you're just essentially not even translating between mediums anymore. You're just translating between like just culture or something, or style. And I mean that can be fun, but it's also kind of just like kind of dumb. So I feel like that kind of feeds in maybe to the medium conversation too, right? Where it's like certain styles or some mediums translate more equally between the others, but not always. Oh really? I mean, I've not watched The Last of Us show. Maybe I should use it as an example, but I just have no desire to, because it's like just kind of going. It's like the game's already kind of just like a show, anyways. Not saying like, oh, it's, you know, video games, no gameplay. I mean, it has gameplay, but it's like I get, unless it's like a Fallout where it's like a totally different story. It's like I don't really get anything out of it. That's funny though. Like the idea of like having a tier list of mediums is just like, that's the funny part. But that's the thing, is it's really funny to look at and see people do it, but people do it without even really noticing it on a micro level all the time, right? When you put it into like a big infographic like that, yeah, it looks silly, and it's obviously shitless, but like people do it. I don't know. It depends. I also think, I mean, you could argue some mediums are better at certain kinds of stories than others. Some people would argue that games tend to be better horror medium because of the immersion factor, right? So spookiness and shit can come across differently. But maybe they're worse at certain kinds of pacing because you need to have gameplay in between it, and you need to spend time maybe moving around, and that kind of fucks with like maybe the pacing of like a drama or something. I don't know. You can make arguments for like, I feel like certain cases, but like entire mediums is so stupid. For the people asking why I didn't include books, and I've never read any, couldn't tell you how good or bad a medium it is, but I imagine it would be below manga mid-tier since books are just manga with low steps. Nice. And that opinion is fact, because it was posted on Twitter and someone said it. And we should take everybody's opinions with 0 grains of salt. And we should all die for our opinion. It's just really difficult because you can have microbits that are better portray with one medium, then you almost immediately have something else that would be better portray with that. Yeah, for sure. And that's why it's like you should dip in as many mediums as you can. Don't let culture, don't let like a style. Like it's just kind of sad when people are like, oh, icky anime. I'm like, that sucks, man. You're just missing out on a lot of shit, right? The same if you're some fucking like weeb who's like, oh my god, I hate like poetry or fucking like books. I hate reading, or like oh I hate, you know, all Western made games. I was like, it's like you just kind of suck. like it's just kind of sad. Like you should, if you've given something a shot and you're just like, this just isn't for me. I mean, I get it. I think being able to write off an entire medium is bullshit. And you should really reevaluate yourself if you can't dip into like an entire fucking like huge medium with like, I mean, I get maybe there's some really obscure medium that's like really hard to like, you know, there's just not that much, and it's like there's a certain like accessibility, maybe it's a pain or something, I don't know. But like if you've at least given it a shot, truly in good faith for long enough, like okay, you know, maybe you just got taste. Like I said, I mean, I don't dip into every medium equally. But to just be like, just have such surface level reasons for like just writing off an entire medium. And, I mean, you don't have to, but I'd really rather not hear somebody write off a medium. Like, if you just don't read a lot, okay. But if you're like, books suck, and your reason is because I don't like reading, I'm like, okay, you're fucking stupid as shit, man. I think it's just how you throw your hat in the ring on something. There are types of feelings you can only get through actual video, and there are types of feelings you can only get through little words. Yeah, because I mean, that's how we feel anything. That's how we intake anything, right? If I was in a fucking sensory deprivation chamber, I mean, I guess there's a feeling I can only have with that, but it's like, you know, I'm probably, there's going to be a lot of things I'm not feeling. You know, it's like, I mean, it's like, so it makes sense that a combination of those things or a removal of some of those things, like, would give you a different feeling. And then you apply, like, human expression to that, and, like, how we interpret things, and just the brain. And it's like, there's just so many combinations of stuff. And, you know, the time periods and shit. Because, I mean, a lot of stuff is like, you can interpret it based on events or just whatever. There's so much going on that I don't think you can just write off a whole medium. Like I said, I mean, we're just humans, so like, I get you have taste, and people want to, they're gonna lean into certain stuff. That's fine, but I don't know. I feel like writing off like an entire thing, especially like something like anime. It's like, when it's really not even that dissimilar to like just shows, right? I watched 50 episodes of The Boys, but goddamn, I can't watch those 2 episodes of an anime. I'm like, like they're pretty fucking similar. I mean, you know, the style is a little different, but like the medium itself, it's like hitting all the same. Like, you know, you watch them the same way. You sit in it. It's like, I mean, I wouldn't even consider it a different medium, right? At that point, anime compared to like a show, other than maybe being like hour long versus like 20 minutes, generally, it's like it's pretty much the same shit. It hits the same amount of visual stuff. Well, I mean, then you could argue movies are the same too, so maybe not. I don't think you don't like comedy. I mean, have you read some stuff lately where the comedy's been like the big critique? Or brought up stuff like Higurashi? You know? Tim thought I was talking about them when I mentioned some people not liking Slice of Life with Robotics notes. I wasn't even talking about Sam. Is there something you want to admit? You know, no, you don't like Slice of Life? It goes deeper. Yeah. Yeah, but I mean, like I said, I mean, are there time periods where certain mediums aren't putting out their best? For sure. Like I said, comics right now suck, probably. Are there good comics right now? Yes, but like, probably not the best it's ever been, right? And you can make the argument that movies maybe aren't the best they've ever been to a certain extent, but I mean, how you even argue those particulars is really hard anyways, because some people would say games are horrible nowadays, but I'd argue we're in the best time period for video games, because like 15,000 of them come out every year, and there's so many of them that just do crazy shit or are just comfortably like something that's come before. So it's a hard metric to really kind of measure, or a hard thing to measure in general, but make me a sandwich. Yeah, I'd have to watch The Last of Us show though. I know it rewrites some of it, but like I said, I just don't have the motivation, because I just feel like it's not an interesting project. I mean, I don't doubt that The Last of Us show is good. I mean, I think the game's solid. But But I don't know. I just don't know if an 8 or 9 hour long show that's like more or less retreading the same ground when I have so much to already do. It's like I get where people are interested, but I mean, I'm more interested than I am like seeing a Cowboy Bebop live action versus an anime, right? I mean, that's not even worth existence. And it's a cynical project because it's just fucking trying to squeeze a buck. Out of nostalgia. So I mean, in that sense, maybe, you know, I'm not why I won't see. It's kind of like the history thing. Is Cowboy Bebop objectively bad? Possibly. Like their live action show. Sure, I've not seen it, but is it like, should I not consider how cynical it is as well? Talking about it, I feel like you separate those still, right? I mean, I don't know. That can affect enjoyment because then it's like tired tropes and stuff too. It's tough. That's why I say it's tough. That's why I think you can try to make an effort to like escape like impact or influence or historical stuff, but it's like sometimes those outside influences just they do affect stuff. Like I've said that before about certain AAA games. Like you could argue like certain AAA games like Ghost of Tsushima is like objectively a good game, but I'm so fucking done with those types of games. It's so cynical sometimes, like, you know, like your Star Wars Outlaws, the IP milking, the lack of like innovation, the fucking, you know, clearly it's just for a buck. Like all of those things can like I feel like really weigh in and are like valid opinions on it, but I guess in like a bubble, I guess I've tried to argue this for some games, like maybe it's good, but that's the thing is like what is good changes depending on like what's all out there and what you've taken into. So I don't know, it's a tough one. I made homophobes mad, I think, which is always good. Yeah, I don't know enough about it. Maybe I did hear something about that. Some early characters relation being expanded on or changed. I don't know. I got no idea. Like I said, I didn't watch it. I guess Tears of the Kingdom is like an example maybe too of all that. Or I'll say, I think Tears of the Kingdom is objectively a good game, but I find it really disappointing. And on a personal level, I don't like it as much because of what came before. It's kind of like like, do you let the history, do you let the influence, do you let, I mean, that affect things? Like, you kind of have to. You're not just born and you just like have this like robotic way to analyze every single thing. It's all based on everything else you've taken in. So I don't know. That's where the history thing I feel like is also kind of like, I feel like it kind of matters a little bit, but I don't think it should be all encompassing. It could inform like a more subjective view, I guess. Anyways, robotics notes. Anybody watching for the robotics notes in the VODs is fucking in pain. Cause I'll go forward like 2 dialogue boxes, just enough to make it a pain in the ass to scrub through. Then go talk about something else instead of just stop completely for a while. Did anybody see the new Borderlands movie? No, by all means, I'd rather have tangents. Trust me, I stream enough without talking about anything. I don't mind. I haven't listened to the entire soundtracks, but when I was playing them, I would get some people link certain songs. From what I have listened to, I find it's kind of a typical remake OST problem. Some of them are good, interesting, like remixes or arrangements. Not always fitting, and then some are just overbaked bullshit. Like very classic, like just add too much shit, overbake the fuck out of it, miss the whole vibe and atmosphere and like what made the original song good and how it slotted into the game kind of problem. But sometimes they're good. I haven't listened to the whole thing, but I don't remember it really straying from my usual remake OST criticisms. It's not as like egregiously fucked, but yeah, some of it's bad. The ones by Jindo are the good ones. Yeah, that's probably the case. I'm sure those were the ones I was okay with. But no, I mean, I don't have like a really well developed take on it. I have not listened to them in full at all. I still have to filter out and go through the rest of Crossbell's music on my media player.
今回はガンツク2がまともに動くのを確認してから島のみんなにお披露目。それにこんな島の端っこまでわざわざ見に来るような人はさすがにいないよ。よしおくん、あきほちゃん、おはよう。
コナちゃん具合悪いの
Oh, is there spoilers or something?
長深田先生の運転で酔っちゃったみたい。
Yeah, shit's getting too much.
ゲロ吐きあのクソコン運転荒すぎわろた。いや笑え。
Oh, so you can start to feel their influence.
だから言ったじゃん。ミッチーの車で送ってもらうなんて自殺行為だって。
Is there a lot of crossover between East music and like Cold Steel and all that? I know that Falcom tends to keep all of their employees kind of under wraps, but I don't know if that's ever been like revealed. I mean, they always just say the Falcom sound team, but you haven't played much East? That's fair. Should. East is base, but I don't think there's a whole lot of crossover in the type of game it is. I mean, there's visual styles, obviously, like Felghana looks a lot like Trails in the Sky and shit. Obviously, the music's probably got a lot of crossover, but I mean, one's a momentum action RPG, the other's a fucking like slow burn, text-based, heavily text-based, turn-based RPG. Yeah, I mean, East Origin, Celceta, Felghana are like the exact same engine as Trails in the Sky. I mean, East 1 and 2 are just kind of like a PC 98 era kind of top-down sort of game. 5 never had an official Western release, but I guess it looks more like a Zelda. Usually. Otherwise, the remakes for 4, and then 6, 7, 8, 9 or more. I guess they don't look like Cold Steel, but the Vita PSP era of I guess more the Vita era of Falcom. But no, some of the best East games are Same visual time period and just honestly the same time frame as some of the best trail shit, I imagine. They were just cooking back then, I guess.
あ、もう中だよ。1時間
Although
前
I
に
still
は
consider
来てたみ
E8
たい。
one of the top games.
早っ。
They're all really short too. Well, until you get to 8. But I mean, you can run through an East game in like a session.
真面目だな。感心感心。カイ、同じ男子として見習ったら？
それって俺に対する頼みなわけ？
Well, I mean, I guess the session for me might be different, but yeah, they're, I would say, I mean, East 1, yeah, I mean, you'd run through that in probably 6, 7 or less hours. I would say stuff like East 3 is like, so like 10, 15 at max, probably not even that. I think I ran through a lot of them in just like one session. Let me double check. That'll be Oath and Felgana. I mean, Origin should be played twice, but it's pretty short. Yeah, like Felgana is like 10 to 13. One playthrough of Origin is like, yeah, like 10, 12. You should play it twice though. They're mostly all like that until you get to about 7's probably about twice as long because it has way too much story and it sucks. But the gameplay's fine. And then 8's like 50 plus hours. So is 9. Yeah, it's funny, like, Trails is like, oh, we love the story, and then anytime East has more than, like, a drop of story, you're like, fuck this. 8's where they really start to, like, have a lot of story, but also, like, just have more, like, just longer games. 8's really good, but the story shit's pretty wonky sometimes. For 7, it's, like, almost unbearable. It's just how it is these days, right? You gotta have like a story now. Our old East games are like kind of like purposely simple stories. You know, just like wakes up, it's like Amnesia, wakes up on a beach. Chicks want him sometimes. His friend busts through a wall or two. He beats the bad guy at the end, and then it happens again. It's just like it's like they may even make jokes about it in the series later on, where it's like it's just so like gameplay focused. It just doesn't matter. They're all like kind of episodic. I mean, like 1 and 2, it's a hard sequel. East Origin is it was a prequel, but you could play them in like any order. You kind of play them like release, and then insert like remakes and stuff. That's all that matters. But they do try to have a bit more story. But yeah, generally it's not what you're in it for. And 8 still ends up godly despite having a bunch of story, because the character shit's not too bad, and it's kind of like so bad's good kind of by the end of it. And the gameplay is just so good you just don't mind. And the music's fucking poppin'. You say it. Some music right there.
そういうことならまず俺と勝負して。
もういいって。じゃあフラーボー行こう。
I'd recommend them. They're probably all really cheap. Or you could play them on PSP or something.
あり合いないな。
No, most of them are in PS Plus if you do subscription services, or most of the newer ones, like 8 and 9. I feel like 1 and 2 is a little hard for some people to get into. They're very simple. It's like bump combat. You just kind of like move into a guy at an angle and it like attacks. I think they're fun. Every level up feels like massive and shit. Very East, but it's gonna be a bit more fleshed out when you get to the PSP era ones.
これがガンツクプロジェクト試作2号機、略してガンツク2です。
Yeah, I would imagine East 8. The thing is, East 8 has a really cool setting, and they play off that well, and it looks fine enough for that, but it is like a Vita game up-resed. I don't think it's a big problem, and you're just usually busting hard-ass through everything anyways, but I think when you're in like East 9, it's a bit more of an issue because some of the art direction is just not as strong. So some of the texture work and shit's kind of like, East 10 comes out later this year, and I hope they up the ante a little bit, or at least just found an art style, because yeah, some of the budget in some of those Falcon games can be a little iffy. Like I said, I'm fine low budget, but yeah, for how much you're staring at some of it, it's like, I think they need to find a style if they're gonna be cheap. Yeah, I don't know. I don't really know what Cold Steel 1 and 2 look like, I guess, but compared to 3, I don't really have a problem with how East looks. East isn't even 3D until 6, or until 7. 7 looks like a PSP game, and then 8 maybe it looks like Cold Steel. Wow, this is ass. Let's see if I can. It's hard to really say with like East. I'm talking East. East 8. East 8. I would not call East 8 a looker. Like, it is not like a whoa, you know. The textures, the detail. Like I said, it was a Vita game and the Falcom era Vita. But I think the modern PC port helps a bit. And I think because of the setting and kind of the layout of the levels and stuff, it ends up being fine. But yeah, maybe you'd have more of an issue with 9 visually if you're tired of the look. What about East Fox? It's good.
へえ、すごいな。
Yeah, if you don't feel like starting from the beginning, I would say if you just want to like test a really solid one, East Origin or Felghana or East 8, and if none of those hit, it ain't gonna work. East Origin tends to be really cheap, same with Felghana. They're on Steam, PSP, and then 8's a bit more of like a modern one, so yeah. Not that the other ones are bad, but it's like, you know. I think if those others don't, if those don't hit, I mean, those are the different styles essentially. Mr. Mitsuha Singh. Is there some unhinged Cold Steel people out there? Is it one of those communities? Like a Kingdom Hearts? When I played the mainstream Kingdom Hearts games, I would put it up there with the Diablo ones where it was like Bizarro community or like Insufferable. I think you have to have a very certain approach with some communities. Like with Diablo 2, I was just like, no help. And usually I kept people in line pretty well. I think when you open up the floodgates to a game like that, it's a nightmare. There are certain games that have a certain, like, either elitism or just veterancy to, like, the community or the kind of people who are going to watch. Stuff like, I mean, people would say like an Undertale or something. I didn't have issues with that, but I only played it a month after it came out. Kingdom Hearts, I didn't have any issues. Well, I never had any issues really. Maybe just Diablo, but with Kingdom Hearts, you got some special folks sometimes with the first two, but not as much on the other ones. So I always wondered if Cold Steel had any of that. Because there's just certain games that have certain kinds of people sometimes, right? It's like Sonic. There's a Star Fox Adventures. I've had people that are just really hard. There's like some really hardcore Sonic games. I know there's some people who go around certain categories like just troll or spoilers and all that, you know, warnings about. Oh, really? Wow. Based. Like I wasn't on to everything he was doing from the start. Just putting up with it for a bit until it boiled over. I think that's funny because I was just like not listening to what they were saying. Like they were somehow gonna actually lead me to do something. I just completely didn't give a shit. Those kinds are insane. I mean, so you always get your oddballs, but I feel like general communities. I mean, I've played most of like the really big games, so generally I don't get a lot of like. I feel like developed communities because too much shit we play is just niche, but you know, some stuff you do. I feel like when I play Deltarune, there's gonna be some of that, unless I fall in line with my opinions. Which I assume I'll like Deltarune. That's the thing too, is I probably scare some people out. Like with Uda, I bet if anybody came in and liked Uda, they were like, P, Yusa! And got the fuck out of there immediately because I was shitting on it the whole time. It's fucking, I'm out. But, 'cause a lot of people don't want to stay and watch somebody who's shitting on what they like and discussing it. Even if it's good faith, possibly. So maybe I've just kind of missed some of those communities, but it happens sometimes. I always wondered if Cold Steel had any. When I was playing Cold Steel, there was somebody. Oh, what did they say? Oh, it was something wild. They were gonna like start with like the second Cold Steel. No, the second. Not Cold Steel. I meant a crossbow. They were playing the second crossbow, and they might go back to the first one, and they'd played like some Cold Steel. Maybe, like, and then they were gonna go back and do like some of Sky. It was somebody unhinged. We were just like, what the fuck are you? As we learned more and more about this person, I was like, what the fuck are you talking about? I don't remember exactly. It's probably in the VODs, but it was something bizarre like that. I'm like, man, there really are people who just fucking plays serious in just the most unhinged way. You're just like, what? Like, it's the mentality where it's like, new thing is what I play, right? And I mean, I get it to a certain extent because like a lot of Western media, especially like, you know, you can just, it's reboots, right? You know, you can just jump in and watch. Like, you probably just watch Alien Romulus, I imagine, when it comes out this weekend. And you don't have to see any other Alien, it's not a big deal. But like, sometimes that ain't how it works. And then like, yeah, also people starting on like a hard like sequel, and it's just like bizarre, man. Yeah, that's what I've noticed with like Trails. It's like play order for people is just nutty. I'll watch people just die hard. I haven't watched them, but I'll see them talk about it later on. You know, who play a lot of Cold Steel. I don't play all the Cold Steels. You know, we're gonna do all the ones after Cold Steel, but like they won't go back and touch the old ones. And it's like that seems to be really common. Like obviously the people who go from Sky forward, but I was like seeing people start at like Crossbell and then like go to a different direction and then like or like dip into like some of the new ones and then go back. Like yeah, I just played like Cold Steel 3 or something and 4, and then I'm playing Crossbell because they're like just playing them as they release essentially. I'm like, this is fucking unhinged. Yeah, for sure. I mean, but the thing is, what people see is non-3D graphics to a certain extent. I mean, they are 3D, but they're sprite based. And that it looks old, so it's icky. And I'm just like, God, you suck. Like, you just fucking suck. Like, that is such a lame reason not to play them. Like, they're so well written generally. You know, I mean, the gameplay is very similar between all 5 of them, but it's solid enough gameplay. I mean, I think it wears out its welcome by the time you're done with all 5 of them, but like, there's nothing like inherently like wrong with it. I think the visual style, also the color palette they choose and stuff, where it's kind of got these earthy kind of muted colors to it. The style back in their engine in the day gives it a very comfy vibe. I mean, very different kind of music. I don't know how Cold Steel's is, but if it's anything like East, you know, very guitar, heavy duty, like, you know, very high energy, that type of stuff. It's like, oh, the old Easts, the old Trails is, I mean, like, they're a cool vibe. They're good, right? Is the point. Like, there's an argument to make why they're good, but it's like, they're not 3D, they're icky. I don't know. I gotta play Cold Steel. But I don't know. When I look at Cold Steel, I'm like, we want the Persona audience, but also we want to keep making Trails games vibes. And I wonder if like that affects like that crowd they've like gathered is like they look back at something and they see that it's older graphics and they vomit, and that it isn't like a fucking high school and they vomit and like that's it, you know. And I'm like, I really hope that doesn't inform the game design too, because I'm like, fuck me. I mean, they're less sexy games too. I mean, Charizard, don't get me wrong, he's just sexy and all that. My man, Olivier, you know, he's great, but I mean, the game isn't. They're not sexy games like Cold Steel is, where there's like ass cheeks flying around everywhere. The stripper club. I've seen some screens of people in skin tight shit with their ass jiggling around. I'm like, alright, man, this is very different from fucking Trails in the Sky and Crossbell. Yeah, it's like there's obviously like, and this is like the VN talk. Why do they do it? Maybe they just wanted to do it. But it helps that it makes probably a lot more money. You know? And I mean, there's nothing wrong with it. I think you could have the best of both worlds and probably Trails and it's fine. But the problem is, like, are the good things, do they take a back seat for the bullshit, man? Like, is there 1,000 characters because we got to get everybody's fetish, like it's a gotcha? Or is there 1,000 characters because they just really all needed to be there and they have, like, really good writing? Like, maybe both. These are the things I think about without having played them, but we'll see. I'm definitely going in way more skeptical than with Crossbell. You know, a game had the best Twitch community, Parascientific Escape. We had a good talk. It's nice seeing people when we're trashing something come in and just be there for it and just want to shoot the shit. Do I like ease off? I feel like some of the hyperbolic criticism maybe, but I think that's fine. I want to be on good faith with people, but I mean, when we're all just kind of there shooting the shit, it's whatever. He was hyper into him. I was like, damn, I respect it. I mean, these games suck, but I was like, I respect it. Wasn't there for Abyss of the Sacrifice. I think they didn't read many VNs at all, we found out, right? It was one of those wild cases where it's like they held a candle hard for these and they wanted them ported. And they just had played Parascientific Escape. It's literally boss baby shit. I was like, damn. I mean, but they came in, they wanted to shoot the shit, probably because like nobody's playing it. I was like, hey, sorry, I don't like them. I've done that. I was like, sorry, I don't like it, but you know, we can talk about it. You know, fine. I'm not gonna like say I love them just because you like them, but you know, hey. Yeah, boss baby guy in real life. Yeah. Yeah, I wonder if they ever went and played 999. I don't remember if they said they did or tried it or something. I don't remember them super duper well, but yeah. I mean, I probably took the wind out of the sails a bit after a while. I don't remember if they was energetic by the third game, but
あのさ、頭に貼り付けられてる紙みたいな
顔見たまんまだよ。あとあの顔はうちのささやかな抵抗の後なの。スバルは顔に角とか目とかつけるの。せめて額の星型だけで。あのスターはガンバレルの象徴なんだよ。わかるでしょ。でもダメって言われ
なんか全体
るでしょ。
ロボ1号機は
I guess you had to tarnish it with that crappy face.
あんな顔誰も可愛い
思わないからなんです。おはようございます。で、また不毛な議論を蒸し返すつもりですか。
不毛な議論って？
顔を作るか作らないかですよ。そんな話に丸一日も。
ああ、アキちゃんって
顔はロボの命だとかなんとか散々文句を言われましたよ。実にナンセンスですね。そもそも
Nonsense.
モデルにガンバレルを使うのもやめた方がいい。
なんで？
去年夏以降のスキャンダルはヤシオさん、今ガンバレルがどれだけ叩かれているか。
ガンバレルは絶対に譲れない。これだけは絶対。
Gunvarl was created by the Illuminati to mind control you. You're a fucking sheep.
そもそもガンバレル以外の 3D モデル持ってないし。
ええ、その辺は全部聞きました。だからそこはしょうがないとしても、ロボの命は顔じゃありません。
それは違うよ。特に二足歩行ロボットにはね。でなきゃわざわざ無駄で。
確かに対人コミュニケーション用としては必要ですが、だいたい設計図の段階でも顔はなかったのに、イルオで見ればちゃんとそこにガンバレルがいるし、それでいいじゃないですか。
でもさ、現物に可愛いガンツクワンはね、足も太いし性能もどうしようもなかった。
Higurashi noise.
それでも可愛げはあったよ。
I'm fucking mind broken by Higurashi. Rikishi. What did Rikishi do to you? I don't remember the Higurashi noises.
やっぱりロボの命は顔なん
Seems
だってば。
compromised.
ジュンもそう思うよね。
Like how I'm compromised by Udawaru now.
あ
It all comes back to Uda.
その
そうかも。大徳先輩は
yeah.
部長に賛成なんですか。
I wonder what what public library they pulled them from then. Most of Ryukishi's shit is like royalty free. I'd imagine on that front.
私もその方が思い入れしやすいし。
フルゴーリはどうだ。
割とどうでもいい。
ヤシオ先輩は。
俺はどっちかっていうとさ、全一狙うためにはキャラ性能って結構あまりにも性能が悪すぎるキャラを選ぶのがマニアック。
2対2、危険1ですか。結局のところこの議論は設計思想や。
いや、好みの問題じゃない
ですね。そういうそしてそれは僕がロボ部に入ってから、いやおそらく今ここで話しても平行線のままで終わるでしょう。顔の件はあれだけ話し合って決着は一度ついたんです。僕だって不本意ながらも妥協案を出したじゃないですか。というか あそこまで完膚なく、部長はよく証拠りもなく、少しは僕の考えについて理性的な
こんに
What the hell?
なんで俺に八つ当たりするんだよ。
She should
ゃ
have
ら
voted
反
with
応ができ
them,
ない
huh?
から起動テストを始めよう。
分かってもらえてよかった。
いつかスバルをコテンパンに言いまかして泣かせてやるんだから。
では起動テスト
So
につ
she
いての
always
注意
says.
点を僕の方から。
Like how she won't beat him at Kill Ballad anytime soon.
まだ天王寺さんが来てないけど始めちゃった。そういえばそうだね。
Nobody from Jax is here. Time for craziness?
いつもならまあでも諸注意とあと操縦方法の説明くらいはしておいても大丈夫でしょ。今日の起動テスト主役はカイとジュンだからね。操縦方法ちゃんと覚えておいて。
では改めてオペレーター、サブオペおよび駆動システム担当者はきちんと聞いておいてください。古氷、君
だが断る。
こと
そんなわけで続きをどうぞ。
Unhinged.
ここまではほぼ僕と部長だけが働いていたような。明日以降は万博への搬送に入るまでおよそ1ヶ月きっちり仕上げないと万博でグランプリ
Seen
をもらえ
clips
な
who
いと。
pop off about SMT5 music. SMT energy it keeps building, I gotta say. I might triple wield at some point, we'll see. I'll try to finish Robotics Note first. Video gaming might need to happen at some point here. What's that call sign? No. That's part of the energy buildup. I never said that when you're popping off that it was ineffective. It's all been effective. That's why I said earlier that the main reason I even want to play it is for the music at this point. To hear it in action. Everybody's been talking about it. It's just been slowly building. Because I really wasn't super duper into it. Like, I wanted to play, but I was like, it wasn't like super into it. Now it's like, I'm starting to get there.
はいはい。
だが断る。
もうそれはいいか。
処分。
頑張れる試作2号機の特徴としては
Everybody's too excited.
モノポールモーター、これを使っているのが最大の特徴。この電動式モーターを採用したことで1号機と同じ感覚で操縦すると、駆動システムについては僕の M45 で使っ、端的に言うとリアルタイムでの3次元スキャニングと医療のストリートビューイング機能等を連動させた位置測定、姿勢
So
制
you're
御機
gonna
能。
use it today? In the beginning, was he in a cockpit? I don't remember. Or maybe he was on his phone and it just looked like a cockpit.
画期的なのは入力されたコマンドに対して AI が未来予測を行い、あらかじめこれにより危険な動きにつながりそうな時は大した動作はできない試作2号機においてはいずれにせよ遠隔操縦のおかげで1号機よりずっと安全ですよ。それで
Piss
この試作
myself
2
in
号機を
terror.
動かす上で必要な操作が2つある。1つはコマンド入力。操縦感覚は八潮先輩がロボ案で使った種子
島審査回。
あらかじめ登録しておいたコマンドに対応した動作のみを
Get out of here,
ロボ2号
bitch.
機で実行します。
This is Subaru time. Base time. He's laying it all out. Cold hard detail.
なので自由に好き勝手な。今のところ登録されているコマンドは基本動作。これはセッティングの段階で必要に応じて増やして、ちなみにコマンドはキルバラや種子島シーンよりも難易度を上げています。これは安全性を、これだけの大きさだと事故が起きたとうっかり誤入力してしまうのを でコマンド入力とは別に1号機にはそれがあそこに置いてあるレーザ銃座です。
Laser gun.
レーザ光送電装置です。毒の趣味のせい、これを2号機のパラボラアンテナへ向けて照射することで電力を送ります。今後2号機の操縦と送電についてはヤシオ先輩と大徳先輩。
What if it's shooting, but then it moves? Does it just destroy the wall? Seems
注意
bad.
点としては人に向けてはいけないということです。
私
俺も人殺しちゃう威力なんでしょ。
ああ、その点は大丈夫。ちゃんとね、ガンツク2のパラボラアンテナに照準が当たってる時だけ、ちょっとでも照準が外れたら自動。あと本番ではこの銃座をもっとお父さんの知り合いのメーカーさんにね、試作品を作ってもらってるから、もうちょっと待ってて。もちろん稼働時には JAXA のちょっとでも危険だって判断したら、ただレーザー光送電はね、出力がそんなにないから。しかもガンツク2はパフォーマンス、そんな状態でも正確にパラボラアンテナ、こればっ
Shouldn't
か
this
り
just be
は練
automatic?
習あるのみかも。
Sounds horrible. You have to have human like aiming at it constantly when it's moving around.
他にはそういうの
どうかな。でもレーザー銃座の操作は俺の。そういうことならメインオペレーターは純ちゃんがやれば。だってさっき
それは危険かも。ジュンがメインオペレーターならアメ社長も喜ぶんじゃない？うん、本当に私はサブで。
2号機はホビー技術は一切求められない。必要な時に必要なコマンドを入力する、ある意味客寄せパンダです。2号機のオペレーターにはそれ以上の役割
You're
はあり
there
ま
to
せん。
draw on the customers. You're a tool.
少なくともヘラヘラしていて態度だけでかい男子よりは小柄で小動物的な女子の方が観客受けはいいでしょう。
スバル、それじゃ褒めてるのか。せめてジュンは可愛いからメインオペ。
言えるわけないでしょ。
ごめんなさい。とにかくいきなりというわけで。
純ちゃんがそこまで言うならしょうがないか。
I mean, it seems like the laser would be harder.
じゃあこれまで通りオペレーターは2人とも操縦方法とっていうか、オペレーター2人だけじゃなくて部員は全員覚えた方がいいかも。すみません、お待たせしちゃって。ちょっと会議が長引いちゃいました。
Seeing that photo of her in Steins Gate where it had the like classic anime zoom in on the forehead from up above fisheye thing was really funny.
会議？日曜日なのに？
I need the CG.
まあ、それより起動テストもう始めるんです。ファイト！おお！
Fight! Thinking about
次は
fighter
ラボに操縦方法を説明
pocket
してもらお
circuit
うかな。
fighter. Hey,
キルバラと同じって。
それは分かってるけど。
そうは優雅な大佐。説明も何もコマンド表配れ。はい、吉尾先輩。
決めポーズっていうのが
万博でやるパフォーマンス用の
He's
コ
already
マンドを
memorized.
入れることで一連の動きをだいたい20秒くらいの動作だよ。フラウボ、今は劇祭第一の調整中なんだっけ？一応ね、もう一つ、それについてはフラウボの万博開催中にもモーションはどんどん増やしていく。ちなみに指とか動かす予定は今のところありません。
物をつかめるようには
無駄機能だね。
今後のアップデートの余地があると思ってる。
Grab shit.
おとといぐらいにみんなのポケコンにキルバラシステムをダウンロードしてもらったよね。
Grab
ちゃんと
gun.
落とした？それ起動させるとスカスカ頑張れるの目とつながるから。
スカスカ頑張れる。
前のは寸胴頑張れる、今回のはスカスカ頑張れる。ちなみにキルバラシステム、ただコントロール可能なコントロールを他の人に預け、そしたら2番目の説は
自動検出。
イグザクトリー。その通りでございます。
Exactly.
じゃあロボ2号機は？
まだです。今は試作2号機は自立はホビーロボと同じですよ。電源を入れて初めて各モーターにパワーが入るんです。そこでやっと自立できる。
You have to crouch it. Nice little bust.
では準備を始めましょう。楽しみですね。
There's a lot of user error here. I could put them back far enough where they can't even go to the competition. Iron sights. Why would you ever use iron sights? Whoa, just got a huge antenna on the back. You think you'd want something a little more high tech?
これ触ると皮膚とか溶けちゃうのか。
You better hope nobody runs between it.
Battery 充填開始。一応起動はできると。
スバルガンツク2を下ろして。それじゃあガンツク2電源入れるよ。
But what if it runs out of power while it's being dropped? Truly, let's hope it lasts a little longer than just past the millisecond it like moves off the back. Otherwise it'd have to be perfectly on it, and if it ever turns around, you're fucked. Like, how are you gonna do a 90-degree turn?
起動テスト最終判断。はい、起動テストは GO です。
Go this.
ガンツクプロジェクト試作2号機電源起動、リフトオフ。
It's gonna explode.
あのレーザーは人殺さない？
大丈夫、あれはスカスカ頑張れる。起動したを OS 正常に作動中。レーザースキャナー周辺マップデータロード開始。スキャンも展開中。バッテリー充電率は 0.5%。 そうで
0.5%, that means you can actually build it to 100%?
責任重大。空手先輩、しっかり。
And they just like let it charge for a while?
でもまあ、とりあえず現在のコントロールはヤシオ先輩のポケコンだを。たぎってきた。
アキちゃん興奮し
ワイヤー外します。
I wouldn't be standing near that shit.
ここまでは順調だよ。さあカイ、記念すべき第一歩を。最初にカメラ。それをするとポケコンのジャイロとカメラの向きが同期するんで。
Cool.
種子しマシンの時よりキルバラっぽさが出てる。
デュフフ、もちろんそうよ。ポケコンを上下左右に向ければカメラもそっち方向を映すよ。
Whoa. 3D? Sort of. Clever 2D. Oh, 3D? Do we gotta walk around and punch committee members? Impacto.
ガンツク2の顔の向きとは
頑張れ
さすがに連動してないけどね。
じゃあまずは
よろしく。頑張れる発進。
It's weird when you see them in these situations, which is pretty rare. They cast no shadow. I would not be standing that close, especially if you're gonna start walking. So this Smosha.
どう？ねえカイ、どう？
すげえ。1号機の鈍足っぷりとは大違いじゃないの。
すごかったです。感動しちゃいました。とても高校生が作ったとは思えない技術力ですよ。私の目に来る。生で見るのもいいですけど、イルオを通して見るとまさに一粒で二度美味しいです。
Do we get to see it on camera? See the full look? Yeah, no shit. You did a lot.
ただですね、実はその来週までに
さんにここから撤収してもらわないと。
Okay. There's some kind of shenanigans going on.
さっき緊急の会議があったって5年ぶりに種子島からのロケット。おお、
そうなの？
Is this a Illuminati rocket?
はい。でそれでこの大崎打ち上げ時には立ち入り金セキュリティのこともあってここをみんな本当にごめんなさい。
これからセッティング始めるって時期に。
フローボンまたこの島でロケットの打ち上げ紙うちたぎってきちゃった。きっと今頃お父さんもたぎっちゃ
She's
ってるはず。
stupid. How are you gonna work on your robot?
それで1週間以内。
はい、交渉して粘ってみたんですけど私もまだまだ新入りなので立場が弱くて力及ばずです。ごめんなさい。
It's because there's shenanigans, I have a feeling.
今年に入ってから決まったみたいな。今現場はてんやわんやで正直私も戸惑ってます。
They're gonna transport it. It'll be tough though. What's the deal with this rocket, Rose? Illuminati rocket? I don't care about just a rocket launch. Remember that this is an odd rocket launch in the final chunk of the game. They're pitch black. A private enterprise, yeah. Hmm.
これが組み立てられて宇宙まで飛んでいくのよ。正しき資質。人だけじゃなくてロケットにだって
SpaceX.
それがある。
Yeah. Hot dog.
ホットドッグ。ゲジネ、今日の探索場所候補を教えてよ。
了解しました。
Jesus, they really care about these fucking rocket launches. Are they like mind controlled to care? I know it's a big part of like their childhood and all that, but like they're like, no, they're fucking non-stop, man. This dude's like obsessed, it almost seems like. I guess because he doesn't show interest in almost anything. The rocket's a huge deal.
送電途切集中して狙い定めて
Yeah. But I mean, they're also making a fucking mech right fucking here. And they have a personal investment in it. But yeah, I guess they're used to it. And he doesn't really care about the mech as much as the fighting games, rockets. Maybe this guy we're talking about. The guy said he wasn't gonna make rockets anymore, and this is the rocket he's gonna go make. When is the next? Is there any updates on the next Opus game? What was it called? Opus erotic picture taking or whatever it was. Opus Prism Peak. Oh, it's got like a trailer now. Did it have a trailer before? It might have. It's got more trailer now, yeah. Oh, this video sounds familiar. Really familiar.
でもこんな時に会えて本当に良かった。
Who is this? This is a famous VA. Who the?
おい子供の頃カメラを手にしたのはそれで何かを残せると思ったからさ。シャッターを押せば好きな
Not the DOVA, is it? He does so much though. It's somebody else.
ものを残しておける。そう思ったんだ。
そうじゃ、3つ数えてシャッターを押す。だがシャッターを押したらお前は学ばなければ
It's
な
that
らない。
VA.
ここは俺はどこにいるんだ。
Eyes of
どうすれば帰れるんだ。
Divergent ending. I really wish that Steam had a larger size option. Cause motherfucker, I have to like zoom in to do it. I mean, you can just full screen it, but like, why isn't there like an inline option? Okay, they got more stuff now. Interesting to see them have like a full 3D, like different viewpoint game. Whose voice is this? I'm gonna find it. I bet you it's in here. I bet you in the forum somebody talked about it. Or it's right on their description. Let's see. Similar to games you've played. Life is Strange. Oh, really? Who is this? I'm trying to find the name of the person. Ooh. It's killing me. don't think this one has any VA. Yeah. What are we talking? Maybe in this YouTube trailer. Actor. VA. That's what it is, dude. It's Kaiki. Monogatari, man. Based. Basado. Somebody saw it. Somebody had it in the comments on the YouTube video. Monogatari Chads in the house tonight. I was like, Kaiki. Whole game. You know, I'm pretty sure he's doing a lot of other stuff too. Wait, I can just look up his VA list. Shinichiro Miki. Oh, Lucifer and SMT5. Some of the ones I know well. Oh, he's Kojiro. That's the one. That's the one I really know. He's Kojiro. And fucking Fate. God, I was like, what in the fuck? There's something, man. I really like. I was like, it's really there. Roy Mustang. There's a lot of shit. He's a big VA. I did Lucifer and SMT3 as well. And they added VA to that. Oh, he's Randy. Randy Orlando. There you go. Same guy. The Japanese Randy. No wonder. I was like, man, no wonder I felt like a few things from... Let's go! Opus Prison Peak. Peak? Oh, it is Peak. Randy, yeah, okay. Randy, Kaiki. Demon Slayer guy. Lucifer, also. Timbia's Frau. Yes. Yo, it's Sawada in this game too. Apparently that guy's in Dash because I just saw it on this list. Same guy. I guess because we were talking about Randy yesterday, I guess it should all make sense, huh? Him being Randy. The connections. This game is connected to Opus Prison Peak. Him being Kaiki and Kojiro though, that's kind of base. I think they got big VA for it. Sagono, they moving up. Noise.
純ちゃんさ、あんまりロボの方見ない方がいい。
でも
視線は常にゲーム画面に向けて。
そうすると2号機 ちゃんの周囲が。
だとしたら逆にポケコンの名誉部長を操縦するのと同じ感じに持ってくわけ。どっちつかずで視線がぶれると急な事態に対処できないな。
分かった。アドバイスありがとう。それにしても地味ですね。
地味だね。屋内を前進、壁まで行ったら次にカニ歩きでの往復、これも20セット。それを俺と純ちゃんでそれぞれ前進とターンとカニ歩き。
メニューを考えたのはスバルくん。
I mean, yeah, it's great if it's lame. I mean, but you gotta get the basics.
俺
ふふちょっと意外。カイトくんはこういう。
ひどいな。それはむしろ俺ほど反復練習が好きなやつ。これでもさ、キルバラの前任として日々涙ぐましい努力をしてるわけよ。
ごめんなさい。
Goddamn
で
right.
も理にかなった練習メニューだと思います。それにしたって地味すぎだよ。これがアニメだったら絶対に側もない巨大ロボがのしのし歩いては振り返ってるだけだも
This is
ん。
why she'll never succeed.
たまには決めポーズをズキャーンって決めるのを混ぜたりしようよ。
Not being hard carried by people around
あと
her.
新しいモーションもか。
それはここを撤収してハンガーに移動してから。今は俺と純ちゃんが操縦になれる。そんなの必要ないって言うなら俺は。
ごめん。でもうちだけ暇なんだ。部長だから全体を統括しろってスバルには言われてるんだけど。
Classes.
それって逆に言うとうちにただ見てるだけなのって最初はたぎったけど。気を抜いちゃってますね。出ません。アキホちゃんはいわば責任者なんですから。
Bored, geez, all this work. I'm
何
bored.
も問題が起こらないよ。それはこれから万博。そうなんです。やっぱうち何か作業やってる方が性に合ってる。
組み立てまではアキちゃんが頑張ってきたわけでしょ。たまには休んで。
だからまるでマグロ
Tuna.
泳ぎ続けてないと。あ、そうそう、そんな感じ。
だったら俺が代わってあげるよ。俺またロケットの運搬券を隠してくるから。
それはダメ。カイにはこれまでサボってたよ。
ああ、そう。
It really needs to find that. What the hell? I mean, he probably doesn't think maybe, you know, even though they have the ability to cause the sun thing, that there's no way this rocket could have anything to do with that. Yeah, I guess it's just supposed to be the sound of machinery or their laser. But it's been going for fucking ever.
Ora, Kai! また照準がずれてるよ。
おっと。
さっきよりミスが増え
Really? Isn't it kind of a big deal personality-wise for him to have a message from the author and then like make the decision to go after it to tell the world? Like, it shows how much he's like believes in the conspiracy and that he cares a little bit more about the world than he really lets on, not just fighting games. Like, I feel like it's, I mean, you can infer a lot of like character from him. Having him accidentally do it just is meaningless then. If anything, it just makes him look like a fucking dumb for falling for shit. And it makes the guy who wrote it seem like a tricky bastard. Because it kind of gives that guy character too, that he like gave him the choice and everything. You know, because like maybe, you know, he wasn't right or something. You know, leave it up to whoever went through all his tests. It's like, you know, it's up to this guy. 26 wasn't enough. Did Dash get an anime? I don't remember. I don't think so, right?
すぐ慣れるさ。
ジュン、元気一発だよ。どんまいどんまい。
純ちゃんさ、ロボに大きくは？
Ah, 22 wasn't enough.
私が操作するとモーションだってなんだか変じゃないよ。よかった。ジュンがロボットを、それもこれもうちの洗脳工作のおかげだね。
For brainwashing. Where are they taking it? Huh? So do the monopoles still fall out of the sky, or are they just appearing with no explanation? So do you just get a completely different characterization for Kimi, whatever his name is, the report guy? Because him not setting that up, him tricking the dude to shoot out all of the fucking reports, I mean, I feel like that makes him seem a lot more devilish, man. And has, like, less impact on everything going on. Wild. I mean, I guess you'd probably still get the AI girl shit, but... Oh, really? She just gets slaughtered? But the Kimijima reports are like some of the most strong story moments and provide a lot of like spice to the story. It's a conspiracy. It's this undercurrent, this thread that goes through like the entire story. So to like shit on half of like the person who made that character stuff is bizarre. Punchline! Thinking about punchline sound effects. God, I love when my ears bleed. He's just a video game guy. Catch a cold? Really? Because she's sleeping? Sitting. I feel like fucking up a main character in a in a science adventure thing is sacrilege.
っていうかジュンってばもしかして年齢サバ読んでたりして。
Yeah, I mean the strength of it's one of the things of one of the strengths of the VN medium is just the time you can spend on the characters and flesh them out, used properly. 8 hours, or I guess it's like 7 and some change just ain't enough, especially if they're gonna do it poorly. The dash dimension.
それロケット？惜しい。ロケットじゃなくてロボット？見えないよ。俺ロケットが。
Wrong with the public in this one. Fuck rockets, they're way more lame.
君たち色を見られる？見てみて、すごいから。うわー、なんだこれ。頑張れるの足だよ。げえ、頑張れるだって。あんなクソロボ、もう時代遅れじゃん。クソロボ？君たち、ちょっとそこにお姉ちゃんが説教してやるんだから。うわー、逃げろ。
Jesus. What in the goddamn? I mean, he's right about the 40 episodes thing. Because of the character stuff. But why did he have to soil it by mentioning the Connect? What in the fuck? Dude's unhinged. What did he want? Like a full, like, mech controlled, like, Connect space or something? Like in fucking Code Geass or some shit?
か悲しいことでもあった？
Oh, I guess because at the time the Kinect seemed like future tech. Dude doesn't have a good eye for what's gonna be the future, huh? Well, I mean, maybe in the future it'll be. Or maybe the Kinect just seemed like AR enough at the time. That shit died out. It wasn't even a fad. Yeah, he's probably just remarking on how it seems cool, but I mean, it ended. And in hindsight, it's funny how shit the Kinect was.
もうみんなの心は頑張れるから
It's
離
just
れ
an
ちゃった。
advanced PS2 camera. Quest 5, yeah. The media type tier list, yeah, unironically. He does that interview. As a media genre, ADV stands above manga but below anime. ADV? That visual novels? The Good Dog. Adventure game / fans action. Above manga but below anime. Is this why he made a Cultic 9 and why they adapt so many of their VNs? He thinks he's working in a lesser medium. Yeah, and Steins Gate Elite. Jesus, dude. I hate working in the medium I work in. Jesus Lord. That's so sad. But then he says that you need 40 episodes to adapt his VN. I guess the idea is that anime is better, but to be able to get to the same level of depth, you just need more anime, and then it's just better if you have all, you know, as many episodes as you want. An infinite budget, of course, right? To make that happen. I assume the argument would be that if you could make an anime of any size and length, you could take as much time as you wanted, and then have full animation for all moments, so you could completely, like, express your vision. You could do this in a VN too, but I guess the thing that's unique about VNs in that situation is inner monologues and stuff. I mean, you could have that in an anime, but I feel like slow, like, thoughtful looks into people's mind and how they handle each and every situation is something that anime and stuff doesn't translate super well. Because there's a certain pace and need for certain amounts of movement and stuff that doesn't really work. It's why Mihoyo is going to be horrible. That's why The Witch and the Holy Knight's not going to work. It's because it's all, like, extremely nuanced, like, detailed, like, in the mind character work. That's why Heaven's Feel sucked. Like, I mean, you can make it happen. I mean, don't get me wrong. There's plenty of things that it's like, and you know, you can, you know, people will talk about what's going on, I mean, like a Memento or something, right? But like, to the level that a VN does, where you can really dig into the character that much, I mean, it's a lot harder. I mean, maybe with infinite budget, but there's a certain disconnect, I feel like, in a slower medium where you fill in some of the blanks with your imagination and acceptance of that kind of pacing that I feel like is a lot harder to do with like a more movement heavy medium like movies and anime and stuff. Not to mention the budget. I mean, that's different though, I guess. We're talking perfect world. The immaculate vibes and sound direction, yeah. I mean, it works out, but yeah, I could understand not wanting anything to tip that balance. Animated beach, yeah. Base, let's go. Sure, yeah. I think it's fine. As someone who just played it with the voices, I think it's just fun. I think it never came across as a bad thing. But I get it. I get not wanting to risk the quality of it. If they give it an English dub, I'd be more afraid. I mean, there's great English dubs, don't get me wrong, but it is so finely... the atmosphere is on such a fine... it's surgical that I would not want the riskiness of your average English dub. Play it without voice. What the? Let's do it. Do the voice. Don't you want the full giga budget? It's one of the appeals. Also, is there no argument for agency in a VN? Because there's video gaminess to it. Do you not think his Twitter bullshit route choices have any value? You're not gonna get that in a fucking anime. If you just wanted to be like an anime, then just make it linear, right? No route choices.
Yashio senpai, 試作2号機は
さあなんならアキちゃんに電話してみようか。
いえ、ただあまり遅くなるように。
そっちの編集終わった？
まだですが、あくまで経過報告程度のものですから、特に演出を入れたりせずに少し編集するだけでなんとかなりそうですよ。
手応えはどうなの？
わかりません。何しろ初めてのことですから。でも試作2号機の完成度を考えれば
Mohoyo's
落ちることはないと信じていますよ。
anime is gonna be a dumpster fire. Will the general public like it? Maybe. Will they like it for the right reasons and for what makes Mohoyo good? No. Absolutely not. Titty. I mean, what it's gonna be is they're gonna adapt all the action scenes, and then people, their fucking cum's gonna come blasting out of their every orifice of their body, and the loud fucking super juicy sound effects from Heaven's Feel come out to blow their eardrums. And then they'll be like, what characters? I don't remember any characters. That's what I'm saying. It's gonna be all, yeah. It's gonna be all action. They're gonna take the side action scene. They're gonna take, obviously, the Giga action scene everybody knows in the middle. They're gonna take the final bits. You're gonna get some of the stuff in the beginning, and that's already gonna be like what? I mean, imagine that. It's like, I mean, Carnival, final stuff, few moments on the side, the beginning. You can't do Carnival in like one episode, so it's gonna be at least like 4 or 5, right? Well, the final thing has got to be at least 3 or 4. Well, if you pull the side one, because it's just one of the action scenes with the Summer Lady, well, that's gonna be like a 1, maybe 2. Like, oh, the story part. I mean, you already got half the fucking 26, assuming it's like 26, half of the fucking show is already eaten up by the action. There's no way they're gonna like cut those short. Those are like the big moments, but they're only the big moments because of all the other shit. But that shit's gonna be like slaughtered, right? You're gonna get your like intro, you're gonna get like major beats with the sister, and like when do you actually get all of the character work and the nuance, man? It's just gonna be fucked. Meteor has a flat snark or something, dude. It's just gonna be nuts. I forgot that DSU even had an anime. What part? I love DSU. Good VM. Hyper tuny, but it's super long. Even if you just adapted like one of the major routes. It's a lot of fun. The most chuny thing I've ever read in my life. You don't get a kick out of like insanely edgy chuny shit, then I mean you're not gonna like it, but it's hyper based. I gotta read the fan disc focused on one of the characters. I want to read the stuff that author made, the other stuff that author made, but apparently it's like nightmarish to localize. I think it was called KKK, is that what it was? Unfortunate name, but it's about, I think, like Indian mythology and all that shit mixed into like chuny nightmare stuff, and it's supposed to be an absolute shit show. To localize, which is sad because I'd really like to read more of their stuff. Yeah, I didn't realize how many episodes did that anime even do? 17 episodes too. For a super long VM.
ちょっと待って、今話す内容
普通でいいんですよ。火をてらったコメントは
急に言われても何かお題出して。
では万博に出るにあたっての抱負で。
抱負、オッケー。巨大ロボットはうちの夢で、巨大ロボットはみんなの憧れ、巨大ロボットは子供たちのヒーローで、巨大ロボットは正義の味方です。
Yeah, she's like
う
brainwashed.
ちは巨大ロボットがみんなも大好きでいてくれると嬉しい。
はい、OK です。ガンバレルの騒動のせいでロボットアニメに対する偏見だらけになってしまっているのに。
That was crowdfunded. So the creators actually had like a big say on it? Jesus. I assume if it got crowdfunded, it wasn't. Unless they just hired some random team, I guess. Like VN's just. They don't always translate. Not every VN translates very well into another medium.
かつてのファンも続々と離れていってますよ。なのに部長はなんで今もロボットのことをあんなに別に責めてるわけじゃなくて不思議だ。
スバル君はひねくれてるから。
悪かったですね。
まあ疑問に思うのも、そもそも女子なのにロボットアニメを結局のところ
一途。
小さい頃からずっとブレてないね。頭悪いけど、そういうと頭悪いけど。
それは一途か。けなげとか愚直と。僕は部長のそんなの分かりきってる。
姉ちゃんの背中を一生懸命追いかけてる。アキちゃんは蝶がつくほどのし。
意外ですね。そんなシンプル。
それはスバル君がひねくれ。
いちいち指摘しないでください。でもそれで納得しました。
Just cynical.
試作1号だけどお姉さんあの人に追いつくのは茨の目。
まともにミサ姉に追いつく。でもこの島にミサロボの完成がイコールミサ
依存症なんじゃないですか。
依存症。
It's kind of pathetic. Just do her own thing, but
お姉さんに対する依存に見えるんです。
yeah, didn't it come out pretty close to when the VN did?
自分のためじゃなくお姉さんのため。そのために進学だって犠牲に。さすがに刹那的にも見えますね。そう見えるのも僕がひねくれて。
両立できるように頑張れとでも言いたいわけ。
OVA for the original.
スバル君だってそんな器用なことできてないのに
How
ね。
bad they both are. Yeah, I thought it was like pretty close to the same time. What's with mages and anime adaptations, man?
あ、今のひねくね。
Oh, okay. So they just have kind of a link to anime.
どう？
早いね、ドク。
2号機はまだ到着してねえのか？
っていうか、クレーンに乗ってくるって話じゃなかった？
クレーン車はもうすぐ来る。だがその前にこいつをお前らに渡そうと思ってる。
何です？
モノポールモーターだよ。
モーターならもう間に合っ
なんだ、ロボ部から何も聞いてねえの。こいつはな、2号機の予備モーター兼1号
1号機。そのモーターの代金。
1号機についてはスペースアメ、あの社長な。2号機のスポンサーは JAXA に。
何をバカな。試作2号機にだってスペースアメ社は資金を出してくれていますし。
How many are they supposed to have in the second one? 24 or some shit? They just fall Deus Ex Machina. It's called Science Adventure. They're supposed to kind of explain all of the fantastical things, but oh, they just fell from the sky.
メーカーロゴだってちゃんと機体に貼ってあります。
Deus Ex Machina.
詳しくは知らねえよ。何にせよあの社長、去年のお披露目も失敗に終わったが、
確かに時間
モノポールモータまで発注したとなると話は違ってきます。
1% fantasy, unless it's in the superior medium anime, then it's like half and half.
2号機との互換性があるように作ってんだから別に問題ねえだろうが、未知の技術で作って
Anime is the medium of
言
whimsy.
われたっておかしくないんだぜ。予備は必要だろう。ああ、そんなわけだ。ほら、お前ら手伝いやがれ。ところですまる。
何です？
ファイルバンカの需要は
試作1号機か2号？
別にそういうわけ。ただこの年になって今はロボットブームだし、需要なんならモノポールモーターだって売り物として出してもいいんだぜ。お前らにモノポールの
It's not like they own the part. Once they land on the ground, whoever owns that ground probably just gets the material. Look, dude. If your memories are just in the magnetosphere around you, then I mean, you gotta assume that all of that is within every organ and physical thing, right? It's just instilled with memories.
俺の予想じゃあと5年もしねえうちに10メートル以上の巨大ロボによるロボワンに似た大会が開かれるな。そうなりゃ個人の巨大ロボパン鉄春藤田ブランドが巨大ロボット業界の歴史をこれで燃えなきゃ男じゃねえだろ。
ファイルバンカはロマンですが、そんな物騒なものの需要はありませんよ、きっと。
そうか、ロマン結構。
Can you only go to phase 9 if you do all the other ones? I'm worried my son is turning into a bad boy. Ire is not gonna... He's suspicious. Okay, you do have to do the others. I was just imagining what it would be like to see more of this without context.
確かになかったよ。君島レポートナンバー1は
その通りです。
Maybe the info was leaked.
誰がダウンロードしたか。
はい、レポートナンバーイレイさんです。
また水香さんはどうやって AR アノテーションを見てパスは
少なくとも今日パスは
前みたいにミッチーから書いたか。
Does he have to have them all for the 7th one to work?
家族に借りた可能性、新しくか、いろいろあるな。で、ヒルンハンドってパスワードを水香さんに教えたのは誰？
不明です。少なくとも愛理については不明。10年以上前から。
なるほど。
ただしイレイさんはこれまでにも君島、その数は
36回に。
はい。そのことを考えると自力で解析したと見るのも妥当かと。
いや、疑ってるって何を疑うわけ？何にせよ水香さんと話す必要があるな。
Why did he leave it here anyways? He's stupid. What's wrong with my brain? It's over. Thin book about the personified versions of Tanagashima and Yakushima. Pissed.
Got
only one person could do those at a time. Or can you, anybody go down the path? I thought it was just one. Whoa. Where's the Kurisu? Tweets I unlocked, bros. Brow residence. Wait. It's time. So will this shoot all the reports out, regardless whether he has it?
これが7つ目。
君島レポートナンバー。
待った、ちょっと待った。ゲジネ、聞きたいんだけど、この7つ目を解放すればその情報は世界に向けて発信される、そうでしょ？それってどのタイミングで拡散される？
ダウンロード後にアプリを起動することで。
ああ、そう。
はい。
If this just breaks. This fucking tablet break.
アキちゃんに怒られちゃうな。君島子、厄介な役目を俺に押し付けてくれちゃって。
悩む必要なんてないさ。
水香さん。
How unhinged is she, man? And try to kill him because of her obsession with the fucking sister?
Kai、今すぐ手を引くんだ。
どういうこと？
どうもこうもない。君島レポートは触れちゃいけない。
What does she even know about him? In her perspective, all we know is she was okay with not asking about Misa, whatever, possibly murdering someone. Nonsense. Surprised she's wearing underwear. Cool. Nice to see her some progress there. It's cool that they chose her for, you know, you'd assume this deep in you probably would just get the main characters always, but it's cool that you're getting perspectives from everybody else too. Still important.
では続けます。全身での往復、それからカニ歩き、それぞれ10回1セットです。
Oh, anime. Yeah, almost. Crazy. Yeah, where at least they get a dip into the superior medium occasionally. We have to put up with this VN bullshit, but there's a ray of hope. Let somebody know. One day.
大徳先輩。何度も。
ごめんね。操縦
テストが終わったら機体を整備。試作2号機は滑走路から出して。
わかった。
どうぞ続けて。
But it's animated. Bees?
つうか寒くね。どっかの男子は後ろから抱きしめて温めてくれた。だがメガネ、てめえは。まあ実際にやられたらセクハラなんで、それをネタに全力で追い込みますけどね。
何が言いたいんだ。
I don't know if I'll ever watch the Punchline anime. I mean, we got enough of it in the BN. They said whole episodes. Yeah.
もう少し我慢してくれ。
It's a good cast.
あるならサボったヤシオ先輩に。
むしろ
は
ダメ先輩を生意気な態度で叱って、もちろん敬語攻めの一択な。これデュー、やっぱメガセンが鉄板だろ。異論は認めない。
メガセンって何の用語だ。
What the fuck are you saying?
メガネヤシオ先輩の略以外にセンメガワチャド。一時期そっちもありがとう思ったことが私に深い意味は聞くな。
Nonsense.
大徳先輩、手が止まってます。
ごめん。
Tell someone. It's over.
はい。
ちょっと
何です。
私の日の
回りくどい言い方はやめて。報告なら簡潔、雑談ならするつもりはないの。
hell?
日高く
何ですか？
ん、そんな、いや、日高くんがちゃんとこっち見て話してほしい。
別に
He's
嫌い
embarrassed.
というわ。
つまり好きなんですね。リア充爆発しろ。
Oh, Lord. How do you fuck up these characters? I mean, I guess you could just not have them have an arc. And they just exist, but...
なんでそうなる？
I
そうじゃなくて、女子と話すの、特に大徳先輩は。
女子
つまりぐっつりなんですね。わかります。
Yeah, just too late.
うるさいぞフルゴーリー。
I wouldn't want it to retroactively fuck with my opinion on them.
2号機ちゃんね。
違和感。詳しく聞かせてください。
本当にもしかしたら。
いいから本題を。違和感というのは
足を動かすときに
いえ、そういうことはもっと早めに言ってください。モータのギアが欠けたのか、それともつま先が原因については実際に見てみないと。
あれ？
Invent new character traits instead of just keep their trajectory going or have new things pop up in their life. And like believable growth. How many years after this is it? In this story, maybe like the world. No, just one? The Kaido. He's just an asshole that hates women. Jesus.
守備はもうテストは全部終わったの？止まってるけど。それは
部長、レーザー銃座の操作。
いいけど。
大徳先輩の指摘が気になります。僕が足元で見てますんで、もう一度動かしてもらっていいですか？
Careful, bro. He's gonna get fucked.
確かにちょっとカクンでしょ。電力不足かな。
システムは
日高くん、ちょっと離れてもらわないと危ないような。なんかわかった？またやっぱりメカに詳しい人がもう一人。スバルだって学校あるし、ドクもなんだかんだで病み上がり。どこかに専属のメカニックになってくれる優秀な人いないかな。おぎゃ
Oh. My man needs to get that out of the way.
どっちつかずで視線がブレると急な事態に対処できないよ。
やばくね。
I'm gonna get crunched.
救急車を。そんな、私が。
Nice. Tweet time.
「呪い」って水香さんにオカルトの趣味が。
茶化してんじゃないよ。こっちはマジで言ってんだ。
水香さんが君島レポートの位置聞かせてほしいんだけど。敵？
知りたくないことまで。あんた一人の問題じゃない。10年以上ひた隠しにしてきたこと。
隠し事があるんだね。しかもそれは俺や世間に知られ。
You must think that the sister is going to be mentioned in these. She's really obsessed with her. Everybody is. Good God.
ああ、そうだよ。あんたやアキみたいにこの世界はそれでもさ、そんな中で分かりなくかい手を引くんだ。
水香さん、それじゃ俺は納得できない。世界規模の大虐殺が起きる。それと天秤にかけてあえて手を引かせられ、ちゃんと提示してくれないと。
Whipped out a gun and shot.
水香さんってもし違うの？
She just thinks everything revolves around this music.
俺を
かよ。あんた何バカなこと言ってんだい。
じゃあ
あんたは宝探しのつもりか。それによって古傷をえぐ。さっきからそう言ってんだろ。
誰かをかばってるみたいに聞こえる。
Nothing to do with these reports.
誰をかばってるわけ？
それをあんたには教えたくないから。
つまり俺と水香さん共通の知り合いとなると随分。それは俺に対しての頼み。言うこと聞かせたいならまずもちろん勝負の内容、それとも例のゲロマズパッション。
いい加減にしな。
それはこっちも同じだ。水香さんが全部話してくれるなら。
だからカイには話した。
あ、
何さこの音。
カゴメカゴメ。
It's bad.
誰からの電話かわかる？
ゲジネ、
はい、ヤシオさん。
このカゴメの発信先。
不可能です。ゲジネの能力は通信傍受ではなく、特定のキーワードを検索して無
Useless
差
as
別に
usual.
それに関連する情報を収集することであり、
誰？
They're gonna get mind control to shoot him?
水香さん、電話切って。なんだったんだ。
Oh. Walking off a cliff.
水香さん、聞いてる？
なんだこれ、なんで急に。
どうしたの？
カイ、悪いけどさ。
He's real fucking slow on the uptake, isn't he? Has he not been reading Twitter? He's like full of conspiracy people. He's like, "Dee." She's just walking away for fun, I guess. Like, Jesus, dude.
なんかこいつ具合が悪いみたいなんで。
Tiger is blisteringly fast.
どうしたんだよ。
止まらないんだ。
Dude, just yank her on her back,
止まらない？
Is he fucking dumb?
もしかして俺を担いでる？
She's dumb for not saying anything. I guess she's just that proud.
なんだよこれ。
3 hours and one more sex scene to figure it out. Look, this guy is the most hinged of all the characters, right? It's insane that he's taken this long to get it.
水香さん、捕まって。
カイ、離すなよ。
まさか妄想？
Boob. How does she take them off?
ハグの電源切って。
やってるけどダメなんだよ。
倒すよ。
Quick, chop her legs off.
これなら大丈夫だ。
助かったよ。まず外しまおう。
うわっ！
Why are these things this strong? Also, I feel like this would break your back if your exoskeleton ripped you up from the legs. I feel like your lower back would fucking snap, dude. If you got like sprung off her. Maybe that's what happened, dude. You might be fucked, bro.
しっかり。
Yeah, I bet. Because this doesn't really... I mean, you get the idea, but like... I mean, it's just this picture again.
くそ、どうすれば緊急停止とかできないの？
Dude, Michi's been looking for him, man. Where's Michi?
水香さん、諦めちゃダメだ。
need Michi to the rescue.
なんとかこのハグを外す方法。うわっ。話せるわけないだろ。そんなことしたらやろう。
このままだとカイも
そうだ。何の話だよ。
結局さ、それが正しかったのかどうか。
水か。
なあ、知らないままでいる方がさ、だからこれが私なりの友情なのかもね。もしこいつをプレゼントしてくれてありがとうって伝えといて。
I mean, I know she means it, but fuck the X-Men. The Hulk just killed her.
こいつのおかげで私はこの2年事故前とほとんど変わったからさ、ありがとうって。
嘘。こんな。ああ、水川さん。
No Michi save.
君島レポートな。
I don't know why they are. I mean, it's just gotten ridiculous these days. The remakes and remasters of shit that's not even that old. I mean, what are they even gonna do with Until Dawn? It's a fucking movie game. I mean, they're just gonna slightly clean up the graphic. I mean, to me, it just sounds like a, hey, we're re-releasing it with a new name, kind of, to try to squeeze a few free bucks from idiots. I want to replay it, despite it being on every platform. Yeah, that's pretty much what I expect.
カイ？
なんでみんなここに？
今まで連絡したのにちっとも繋がらないんだもん。バカ。
何があったの？アキちゃん。
スバルが。
何それ？答えろ。
風でガンつくスバルが。
大丈夫なの？
命に別状はないって。
そう。
でも足がかなりひどい骨折。
I'm sure you watch someone who's never played a movie-like game before or stream it and just go, why do people like these things? Dude, everything from Supermassive is just super funny. They're so funny to watch streamed. Until Dawn's their like best game, but even it's just kind of like B-movie slasher schlock, right? everything after Until Dawn is a fucking nightmare. But they're so funny. Except maybe the last one they did recently. Was it not Little Hope? The one that was like Saw or whatever. It was just like, you could just feel the budget just running out. It was such a shit show. But they're really funny. They're funny bad. Just total slop games. I always like watching them. I was like, maybe I'll stream these because they're funny, but like, I just get too much of a kick out of watching them. They're so bad. It simultaneously acts out the Model 2 test and the 7th report scene. So that the robot and music are both collapsed to the same second it cuts the lights on. Wow, that's cool, yeah. Because this is pretty intense. I mean, that they had both of these things going at once when... I mean, really, in the story, it's such a slow, just careful build that when something big like this happens, it's like, whoa, holy shit, right? And then for two things at once. And some of it's conspiracy, some of it's the building of the mech. It's like, it kind of all just pretty wild. I watched the Corey. I'd thought about streaming it, but I couldn't help myself. I had to watch it right when it came out. It was really bad.
それでジュンがすごく責任感じてて、自分のせいだって。
Yeah, that's a cool way of doing the stage play though.
うちもう見てられなくて。
あのさ、本当にジュンちゃんの操縦ミス？
それ以外って
カゴメは流れ。そう、ポケゴンから。
でもそれは
事故の後。くそ！
カイ？ねえ、カイはカイに何度電話しても繋がらなかったから。
ねえ、
スバルの殴られるの。
そういうのは。
でも部長は。
ミッチーは
今病院の先生。
そう。
おう、ヤシオ、来たか。
ミッチー、スバルの様子は？
Break it to Michi.
足の怪我な。命に別状はない。これはもしかしたら後遺症が残るかもしれん。
Gonna have to wear a hug.
それ、
もう二度とまともに歩けなくなる可能性がある。
私のジュンのせいじゃないよ。
日高の両親はまだか。そうか。お前らすまなかった。
ミッチー、
今回のことは先生の監督不行き届きであり、
I
すべ
mean,
て
he should have been there.
先生
For
の
sure.
責任だ。
I mean, he helps them out, but he's also, yeah, maybe a little too detached. But somebody gonna tell him that his girlfriend's fucking dead?
どんな責めも先生が被るつもりではいる。
DG Neil, dude. The deepest Neil.
だがな、そうだとしても、もしかすると万博の
謝るのはうちの方だよ。迷惑かけてごめん。もっと安全管理をちゃんとすべきだ。
ミッチー、実は
別件？どういうことだ？
Michi ain't gonna be, this one ain't gonna be good for him, man.
単刀直入に言うけど、水香さんが崖から落ちた。
Jesus. I'm just gonna say it. He fell off a cliff.
それは日高の事故に巻き込まれたのか？
全く別。
門倉岬で無事なのか？おい、まさか。
もしかしたらさ、助からないかも。でもまだそうと決まっ
一体
ハグが急に
暴走？去年ニュースになってたやつか？
俺水香さんの目の前で必死に止めようとしたんだけどダメで。
よく教えてくれた。イレーなら大丈夫だろ。学生の頃のバイクでやった事故だってな。でもあいつは生きてた。とにかくお前だけでも無事でよかったよ。
Stop acting like an actual good teacher for once. Michi's too based.
イレーの親に連絡したが、連絡は俺がしておく。お前も少し座って休め。
I mean, keeping it together, dude. I mean, clearly he's not going to be for long. He's got a heart of gold. Interview.
失礼します。
Mr. Candy.
瀬宮さん、そこにおす。事故のことは聞きました。担当直入に言いますが、ロボット研究部は今日をもって廃部となります。
いきなりですか？教頭、生徒に相談もなくそれはさすがに一方的。
ミッチー、いいの？
日高スバル君のお父様がわかりますね。
はい。
JAXA さんとの提携についてはですが、ロボット研究部が廃部になる以上申し訳ありませんが、これ
はあ、分かっています。
私どもとしましても、今回の事故で支援業務についてもこれ以上は継続できないと上から言われました。
当然万博への出展も取り合う。スペースアメ車さんもそれで。
残念じゃが仕方ないの。
Like how the only thing the guy who got damaged actually would want is to be able to go to the expo. But they care more about keeping face here.
ロボット研究部で制作したロボットはいいですね。
はい。
瀬宮さん、卒業したらきちんとした学校へ行って、そしてもっと技術を身につけてからあなたたちは背伸びを。でも時間はたっぷりある。わかりましたね。
dead. Damn. Suit Michi. Punished Michi.
「先生がお前らと同じ年の頃な、イレイがサーフィンやってるのをよくこうして見に来てたんだよ。
Yeah, maybe Schumacher should have hot fixed this and threw in a little COVID plotline while they're at it.
ヤシオみたいにロボ部をサボってな。
ミッチーってアキちゃんよりだ。
よく言われたさ、イレイにもな。
ミッチーは
どうだかな、一度も告らなかったしよ。つまるところ恋愛感情はなかったのかもしれねえ。あいつ怖い女だったしな。瀬宮からな、弔電が届いてたってよ。あ、ここで言うのは姉の方な。イレイのご両親も複雑。瀬宮がイレイのでもよ、あのハグをプレゼントしたのはやりきれないだろうよ。ご両親もなあ、イレイは言ってたなら知っときたいんだ。
Might as well. Waiting for Michi to go unchained, man. Killer Michi, punish Michi.
ミサ姉にありがとうって伝えてくれって。ハグのこと感謝してるからそう言ってた。
そうか。先生とイレイと瀬宮の中じゃな、いつだってどっしり構えて先生や瀬宮をすぐ叱りつけてきやがったもんさ。先生は何かと反論したんだけどな、最終的には手が出てきてよ。まったくひどい暴力。その点瀬宮はうまくやってたな。むしろイレイに怒られて嬉しそうだったよ。変態なのかもしれね
お姉ちゃんは
え。冗談だよ、冗談。だが当時神童とまで呼ばれてた瀬宮を、イレイはそういう意味でも一目置かれてた。もうイレイはな、とんでもねえ酒豪だったんだぞ。これ豆知識だ。乾杯だ。
Based Michi, man. I'm trying to wait for the dash patch, whether to add a fictional tag for the Glossers at a 2020 Olympics, because they generally wrote that they occurred as normal in the tips despite the game being from 2019. They thought they were slick. Thought they were gonna get it ahead of time. Yeah.
ジュン。
ジュンちゃんさ、
スバルのお父さんに。だってとにかく
償うためなら、なのに日高くんのお父さん、あんたのせいじゃないのは分かってはいるが、もう息子とそう言って。まだ日高くんのお父さん、あんな顔されたら私のせいっていうのは日高くんのお父さんに許してもらったって。私ジュン、落ち着いて。あの時の事故を見てたから、本当に風のせいで深くね。だから無理だよ。ごめんね、あきほちゃん、ヤシオくん。私もうみんなとは
Batteries charged.
関わらないから、全部私一人が。
それ無意味だよ、ジュン。ロボ部はもう。
そう。バカ、今ここで言うことじゃないでしょ。私のせいであきほちゃんの夢も私が。
いや、ジュンちゃん、
ごめん、ごめんなさい、ごめんなさい。ジュン。
Yeah, probably leave him alone. We'll see what happens with him. I mean, he really should have supported his kid's dreams, man. Maybe he wouldn't have been so rash. Didn't have to hide it. The greater season Micahs aren't just general leagues, more focused on who its characters are, that it feels crazy to consider anyone could ever just be a plot device, guy in the chair, nothing more, yeah. That's definitely, I mean, the strongest part of this. I mean, don't get me wrong, the conspiracy stuff and the atmosphere and the pace and jumping between everything is really important, but yeah, it's all in service of good characters, man. You can buy where they're coming from and their reactions to stuff and their journey to get to that point. And how it adds a little bit more like believable depth to him and shit.
カイ、じゃあまた明日ね。
Yeah. Gate's been comfy so far, but yeah. It hasn't gotten to the point where it's got character shit. It's got comedy character shit. Comedy and Tutor Girl, but yeah, for sure, like you can see throughout the story that Michi has a heart of gold, and when they give you the perspective of Michi that one time, he's actually really in their ballpark. Like, you get a feeling he's got more going on, and then they show him, like, caring about the romance. You know, he's on the Tweepo and all that shit at one point, wondering where she is and all that stuff. So it's like, it doesn't feel like his character had like a 180. But it's cool seeing him the full Michi. Right, yeah. Well, I think that's a good bit of social commentary and all that. on how internet comments can be kind of cold and detached and shit. And I mean, that's just kind of like a human nature for things that aren't like, you can be empathetic for sure, but there's always going to be a certain amount of detachment from things that aren't literally in your, you know, having your life and all that.
アキちゃん
I think it's good they put that stuff in there.
アキちゃんは
うんうちよりカイも
この先どうするわけ？
わかんない
Well, hopefully the contractor they're gonna hire is the old man and he just keeps it.
じゃあアキちゃん
また明日
電話つないで。
どうも。
コナちゃんは大丈夫？
So what happened to the first report? Yeah, for sure. I was talking about that. They talk about how high tech Tokyo is with robots running around and stuff, and how you don't see any of that in this. It's pretty much purely described through tweets and like people just talking about what they see on the internet. And you gotta imagine that's very purposeful to kind of give this rural kind of like getting caught up in the dream kind of thing. So as they kind of like unfurl this conspiracy that deals with the greater world and shit, how much he cares about letting it all out and how real that is, because they are so detached from everything in a way, because they are kind of out in the fucking Timbuktu. It's kind of makes it a little more interesting, right? You know, talking about genocide and whether to believe like conspiracies, but it's like he's just kind of out in Hicksville, right? You know, essentially, despite all this other shit happening, it's a good deal. They play into it. It's definitely purposeful. Yeah, I think that's what keeps a lot of these interesting is they approach they have a that they do go into internet culture and the, you know, some of the degeneracy, but also kind of like, you know, try to have storytelling that involves it instead of, I mean, like the internet's in stuff, but they're so deep into that kind of culture and trying to tell story through it and stuff that it's always kind of given these like a certain charm that keeps it kind of engaging.
オートバランサー調整中。
まだ続ける気なんだ。
スカスカ頑張れるが倒れたのはだからここ何日かで。
無駄だよ。ロボ部は廃部になった。もう頑張らなくてもいいんだ。
おう。そういうことはもっと早く。それは大事な話。
何？
そこ他に。
公園の展望台の上だよ。
じゃあいい。スカスカ頑張れるの事故は単なる。それよりも気になるのはハグの暴走は暴走は300人委員会と旅もともとエグスケ社のハグ暴走著名人が暴走事故にどっかの大手企業の偉い人とか財界のだから事故に見せかけた。それを踏まえると。
それ以上言うな。
いや悪いね。さすがに。でも確かにコナちゃんの言うことは俺も考えた。
What if ghosts speak?
まさにあの時俺。
ガチで。 拡散した。
まだ。
早くしろ。どうなっても知らんぞ。
でもさ、本当にいいのかって悩まない。水香さんの件で俺、あの人は俺にレポートを探すなって忠告してきた。でもそれって立場的には300人委員会側ってことでしょ。
had no fucking idea what they were, bro.
だったらなんで
Completely
その水香
different.
さんが死ななきゃい
I
けない。
mean, not completely separate, but she did not did not quite understand what was going on. Yeah, really. But that's the ultimate medium. How could Occultic 9 be worse? The ultimate medium, but then they made a VN afterward. Interesting. Quiet.
何にせよ、ヤシオ先輩は今か。
俺が
君島レポートの内容全部知ってるの。しかもそれを今この瞬間にスナイパーに今すぐ全部放り出して、これは中二病とかじゃなくてガチでどこに資格が潜んでる。君島こうだって死んだ。頑張れるの。アニメのスタッフも多分ヤシオ先輩には死んでほしくない。
Light novels that are incomplete. Kino shit. You have to imagine the rest of it. The true ultimate medium is your own imagination. Nice. We need to finish. I mean, I've watched all the Karno Kyokai movies before, but need to watch them with everyone to completion. We never did. Oh, I don't doubt it. I mean, a lot of it's just the cinematography and peak UFO table. Music and all that. Before that, fucking composer ate shite. I mean, I've always heard Karno Kyokai are not good light novels. In general. But, yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if the movies fuck up some of it. Regardless. Someone just got shafted in a non-being. Yeah.
300人委員会から逃げるために先輩。
そういうわけにも
でも
ブーはね。
お前は何を言っているんだ。
ちなみにさ、
なんでそんなこと聞くん。まさか同性希望のですか。
同性ってわけじゃないけど
なんだ万博まだ出るつも。
可能性の話さ。
付き合いきれんわけだ。もっと深刻に死んでも。
よくはないけど。コナちゃん、忠告ありがとう。
Just sitting there.
ゲジネ、君島レポートだけど。
はい、どうしますか。
拡散することにした。
君島レポートのすべてのそれにより
Why does he have to say all this out loud? If there's an assassin, they're gonna be like, oh nice, time to kill.
ランダムで世界各地に AR アノテーションが作成されます。なお、以後は爆発的に情報が拡散して考え直すなら
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, やるよ。
はい。
秋は何をやっても平凡止まりなのよ。
Psycho smile.
エゴだよ、それは。
地球が持たん時が来ているのだ。
いつか一緒にガンバムを作ろう。
ガンバム？
今は無理だけど、ガンバムじゃなくてもいい。
じゃあうちとお姉ちゃんで。
だったらその時のために会を今からしっかり鍛え。私はもう夢を追えないの。ねえ、アキ。あなたは私なんかよりよっぽどロボットのこと好きでいるもの。アキは何をやっても平凡止まりなのよ。
お姉ちゃんの言う通り、お姉ちゃんの夢はそれまで東京で待ってて。
Why would she tell her that in the first place? Why do people like her? I'm sure she's caught up in conspiracy bullshit. Something to do with it all. Why she's been absent, but Jesus. Red Zaku.
ねえ、やっぱりうちお姉ちゃんとの約束果たしたいもん。
Jesus, they have to actually work to find them? Yeah, let's give the committee time to remove all these, dude. Of course, based Nightheart, he's at it again. Pour all of his heart and soul into finding this shit, man. He's just the goat, dude. Meanwhile, Dario suck. Damn, dude. My man, Michi. Counting on her. That's gotta hit, man, seeing Michi tweet you like that, dude. At Senomiya. Counting on you.
ねえカイ、この子
さあ、
左足の痛いよ。でもね、そんなロボットは医師なんてスバルの怪我と一緒になんてできない。というわけでちょっと遅くなったけど、カイ聞いて。
どうぞ。
中央種子島高校皆様のご愛顧ありがとうございました。
で、
あとはうちだけで。
なんとかって？
ロボ部はなくなっちゃったわけだから、個人の趣味ってことでなんとかしようかなって。
それが許されるとでも？
許されるわけ。ロボ部の不祥事なんだから、まだ夢がどうとか言ってるなんて許されるわけ。スバルはうちのこと、傷ついてるジュンの心をきっと教頭先生にはスバルのお父さんに知られたら。
それだけじゃなくて外野からもきっと言われるだろうよ。姉さんは例えば他の生徒の保護者、怪我人が出るような危ないことなんだから、これもしかしたら罵声を浴びせられるかもしれない。スバル君のお父さんには賠償金って話になれば、1号機の失敗の時は協力者だっていたし、でも味方なんて誰もいないよ。JAXA だって降りた。スポンス教頭から圧力がかかるだろうから、当然蒲田のアキちゃん個人でやって、仮に万博までに2号機を修理でき、どう考えても無理だ。それでも諦めないの？
諦めたくない。これはうちだけの。全然空気読めてないもんね。不謹慎にも程があるもんね。きっとこんなうちの夢なんかには誰も。それでも自分のやりたいこと。それでも前にも言ったでしょ。うちはお姉ちゃんに追いつきたい。それが一番の目標なの。
She wants to be a bitch. Somebody who hates her family? What is she hoping to catch up to, man? I'm sure she doesn't really, but does not really look like someone to look up to. Not for a long time.
ここまで来たんだから。あと一歩なんだ。これまでいつだってうちはバカでダメで。でもねカイ、絶対に途中で
なるほどね。でもさ、俺アキちゃんのこと信用してないんだよね。
カイ、
無理だよアキちゃん。アキちゃん一人じゃと。
そりゃうちはお姉ちゃんと違ってスバルみたいに、フラウボーみたいに、ジュンみたいに、カイみたいにキルバラが上手なわけでもないよ。何の取り柄もないって。それでも誰に嫌われたっていいもん。
そんなアキちゃんの決断を、
はい、
これまで散々毎日のように俺のこの後に及んで相談もなくアキちゃんだけで勝手に決められちゃったら、
アキのことよろしくね。
ミサねえと約束した俺の。
ねえカイもうちと一緒に。
それは そういうことなら、アキちゃんさ、俺と勝負しない？
はい。
勝負だよ、勝負。それでアキちゃんが、とことん付き合ってあげるよ。
そんなにそっか。カイだけはいつ本当にごめん。
脳書きはいいからさ。やるの？やらない？
やっても無駄で勝てるわけないもん。分かってて。
ごちゃごちゃ言わない。俺シンプルなのが好きなんだ。だからさ。そう来なくちゃ。
一試合だけだからね。
分かってるよ。
I assume he's just gonna fucking sandbag. Can I choose? You wrecked, idiot.
これで満足。
Whoa.
ひどいよ、カイ。こんなのちょっとしたいじめだよ。
万に一つの奇跡。もしこの状況でアキちゃんが俺に勝てたら、それなら続ける価値もある。
奇跡なんて起きないよ。たとえ起きたって勝てるわけな。カイのバカ、もうほっといて。
This is gonna be a bad ending.
ああ。
もういいよ。カイなんてどうせこれまでのカイがいてもいなくてもあんまり変わらないんだ。カイなんて嫌いだ。こんにゃろ
ー。アキちゃんさ、今日はもう帰りなよ。
カイこそもう帰って。うちは部長としてちゃんと最後まで責任全うする義務。
パンツ見えるよ。
うるさい。
This dude's a huge asshole. Prep school, man. Does he still play video games? That's a bad ending. Kino BG. Nice. Time for everybody to die when that rocket goes up, I'd imagine.
Go! ホットドッグゴー！
What is this? Shut the hell up. Hot dog. Alright, we got a sandbag. We beat her twice. Still wins, man. What the hell's wrong with this motherfucker? How bad is she? You good at anything, man? Crashy's been playing it for long enough. You think she could do like anything, man? It's almost freakish how bad she is at everything she does.
今うちが
アキちゃんの勝ち。どうやらもうしばらく俺は
カイ、どうして？だって今のわざと。
そんなことよりさ、アメちゃんある？
アメ？
いつものアメちゃん。
ある。一個だけ。
ありがとう。
Who knew video games could destroy someone like this or save them? Truly the most powerful medium. Truly the win or loss in this had nothing to do with the people behind the controller.
ああ、付き合うよ。だから、アキちゃん、無駄に前向きで明るいのは、それでいくらでも俺を振り回せば。どっちにしろ、万博には俺たちぐらい。
そうかも。
Anime still superior. Hope it's the doc here to save it.
Yo!
Beast.
Doku?
The teeth. The big toothy smile.
それよりどこがうちらの。
ああ、そういうは
その仕事受けた。
ケチくさい仕事だがな。
そんな。
だがよ、受けた後で気が変わった。俺の趣味でそこに寝てる2機のロボを。どうだ、お前ら。
でもうちらドクに依頼するお金。
バッケロだからロボ部はダメだっつってんだよ。こういうのはな、金じゃねえ。何が大事かわかるか。おお、それよ。
前と言ってること違うじゃん。あんなにがめつかったのに。
Coming in hard after having a big arc.
言ってることが違う。俺はな、 乗り気になった仕事についてはプロ失格ではある。
ドクってロックだね。
わかるか？
His smile so good, man.
で、やるのかやらねえのか。
やる。
おお、いい返事だ。そこの付き添い、お前はどうすんだ？
俺は昔も今もアキちゃんがやるなら付き添うだけさ。
素直じゃねえな。
The zoomer. Michi time?
あ、ミッチーだ。
何やってんだ。先生抜きで話を進めるんじゃない。
Best Michi.
ミッチー遅い。
おい、何にも話してねえだろうな。
話したよ。
何？こういう時は子供が出しゃばるんじゃない。
Still not there when they need him.
こっちにも立場ってもんがあるんだぞ。
悪いけどミッチー。
あ？何言ってんだ。
うちとカイト、それで万博にそう決めたの。
諦めな光彦。ロボ部の頑固さは美咲譲りだからよ。
なんじゃあ先生の取り越し振ろうか。
ミッチー、
ドグいくら必要なんだよ。
おい、人を何だと思ってやがる。
Jesus, Michi gonna cough up the money, dude? What the?
昔はがめつかったろうが。まさかドグタダで修理する気か。
金は取らねえよ。実は
それにしたってロボを東京まで運ぶには東京でのホテル代なんかもかかるの。
その辺は。
たくよ俺。
お金だ。
ちょっとミッチー、
Dirty
犯罪に手で
money.
も染めたの？
あのな、お前ら先生のことなんだと思う。学校から取り返してきたんだよ。
取り返してきた？どういうこと？
Is this the
豆知識だ
winnings?
よ。こいつは正確にはお前らの金だ。忘れたのか？去年のロボワンでロボ部はもう消滅したんだから。
もしかしてミッチーも万博出店を諦めてない？
ん？おう、お前らを説得する手間が省けてよかったぜ。
Best Michi.
共闘にバレたらクビになるんじゃないの？
Oh, who the hell's gonna fire him in this
そん時
place?
はそん時だ。それにな、ちょうど東京観光をしたいと思ってたところ
You're
なん
gonna
だ
be
よ。
a fucking,
豆な。
yeah, probably because he wants to go talk to the fucking the sister. Maybe he can become a gym teacher in Tokyo.
で、この金だがどうすんだ。
お願いします。
そんなわけだ。頼むぜ。
Doctor smiling.
任せな。この金であの不細工なロボを東京まで運んでやるよ。さあ、これから忙しくなるぞ。何しろ付き添い。お前も今度
Hopefully
はちゃ
all
んと
the
手伝
friends
え
come
よ。
together too, man.
俺はあくまで付き添い。
軟弱なこと言ってんじゃね
たぎってきた。うちは今猛烈にたぎって、あの人もこう言ってた。戦士は生きている限り戦わねばならんのだって。
Jesus, she's gonna fall and fucking break all of her bones.
アキちゃん、パンツ見えるよ。
疾風怒涛の元気一発頑張れる。
They say that a lot, but we never get to see her panties, man. What's up with that? Oh. Kino. Whoa. We start reading the fucking Nasu novel. This fucking background. Well, there is quite the heavy dosage of panty shots, and you know.
起きたか、ヤシオ。
うん。
見ろ、レインボーブリッジだぞ。去年の太陽嵐あったろ。あれ以来節電のためによ、レインボーブリッジはライトアップ用の照明を5割ぐらい減らしてんだよ。これ豆。へえ。
アキちゃん、アキちゃんを。
Interesting, they skipped all the stuff in between here. Turn to dust.
なんちゃくだな、お前ら。
Like how they pretty much just fucking told the vice principal to suck one, man. Pretty based. Dude, Impact guy's gonna be the beast. Michi has a feel for the place. They're not even fully hardly here, but he's already got his finger on the pulse. I feel like this Kurokane bot is like Illuminati front end, man. Who knows though? Maybe not. They did say that Tavistock, whatever it is, likes to run interference and throw a bunch of shit out. When the news be fake. It's fake news. You're crazy. Is it the whole squad? It's your. And they all need closure, so. Berlin.
見て見て、この辺もう全部万博仕様だよ。去年来た時はロボワン一色だったのにね。メンテナンス中のため2月イルオで見るとそう書いてあるよ。スカイの方も完成してる。
We got a week. Do we get some time to see some crazy Tokyo shenanigans?
でもスカイは万博には使わないって話じゃなかった？
ああ、そっか。
Whoa. Robots.
カイ、すごいすごいよ。
They all look better than
大
hers.
きなロボがたくさん。
アキちゃん、よだれ出てるよ。
感動しちゃって。どれもクオリティ高すぎるよ。プロの仕事ってすごいかっこよかったり可愛かったり、まるでロボットアニメの中に入ってき、当たり前のようにたくさん当たり前のように動くんだよ。それがフィクションじゃなくなった。ちょっと涙出てきちゃった。これだけロボがいれば
I almost thought she had a Canadian genie for a second. That would have been funny.
結成できるね。
That maple leaf.
戦う相手なんていないでしょ。宇宙人が攻めてくるとでも。それ以前に宇宙人どころか現実に存在してる。
それはどうかな。性能の
This is
違い
my
は
heart.
戦力の決定的差ではないということを教えてやる。
And she's got the like plaid or whatever it is under undershirt. Only her jacket was like a little bit more from the woods. Oh really? Gotta get one.
性能差っていうより相性の悪さだよ。
I should get one and then every time somebody asks I'll just tell them I'm not Canadian.
二足歩行の人型ロボは戦車や戦闘機相手だと相性が悪すぎる。
あ、見て。
ん？
Whoa.
エグゾスケルトン社のロボだよ。
そうなの？
Spooky. Are they gonna have to fight it?
コンセプトモデル。名前はスメラギって言うんだっ
This
て。
thing does not look friendly. That's based. Giga Canadian. You gotta have a red black flannel beanie too.
元々のハグとは随分違う。それともついに方針転換することにしたのかな。
Directions to
だ
military.
からただのコンセプトも今回の万博のためだけに開発した
Clark Kent look
試作機みたいな意味
Canadian.
なの。
Or what, he was trying to hide that he was Canadian by barely hiding it, kind of like he does in reality. The glasses.
こんなのも作れますよみたいなアピールだよ。
Yeah. Canadian man.
But でも確かにこの子強そう。お姉ちゃんはさすがにいないか。
おーい
Big Mr. Candy. That guy is just like out of frame because he's so big.
長旅ご苦労ご苦労いよいよ我が社のスペースアメが東京の地でそのインパクトをいいかよいら生き魂を見せたれ。
よーしお前ら、トラックは2台とも搬入口につけてあるから。
よーしやるぞよいらーいき。
Completely take it apart. Jesus. 5 days to reassemble the whole thing.
ここが当面の間のお前らの宿だ。
They gotta be revealing the monopoles here. This time it's coordinated perfectly. The man who can learn from his last mistake. Damn, dude. Face. With his profile picture too. Michi reformed from base to Basado. Damn.
何アホ面してやがんだ。先生はな、
We
今回に関
booked
しては
him the
かなり
fucking
頑張って
fanciest
宿を取ってや
hotel
っ
in
た。
Tokyo.
ロボワンの時お前らから散々文句言われて、先生はむちゃくちゃ傷ついたんだ。これ豆な。
They slept at a fucking McDonald's
ミ
last
ッ
time.
チーはそんな繊細な心。
確かにこのホテルはすごい。こんなところに半年近く。
おいおい、半年もホテル住まいするつもりとか、どこのセレブだお前ら。
After
予
a
約
year.
したのは2週間分だけだっつうの。それでも50万近くかかったんだ。
島の宿なの。
金は先生のポケットマネーから
Damn.
感
He
謝しろ。
coughed it up himself, dude.
そりゃ嘘だね。
さあな。
Yeah. Space candy.
50万もあるなら無理。こんな高級なところ。いや
そもそも2週。
その後はな、いいか、よ、ズバリ人脈を頼る。東京在住の
They
ロボ
actually
部
have to be here
OB、OG
for
連中
half
が
a
いる
year.
だろう。
Why?
「瀬宮姉とか、あと後輩連中だと宮田とか柳本あたりが東京住まいだったはずだ。そいつらの家に押しかける。
計画性ゼロってことじゃない。
He's just gonna
何が
kick down the doors of ex Robotics Club members and stay
心
there.
配すんな。その辺の交渉は先生がして。
お姉ちゃんのところには住まわせてもらえるかな。
よし、いいぞ。じゃあそっちは任せる。 先生はというわけで、俺しばらく戻ってこないかもしれんが、万博の開幕日には。
で、どこ行くつもり？
大人にはな、いろいろやることがあるんだよ。
I'd be surprised if he's going to see her too.
会場にはおじきやバイト連中がいるし、じゃあな、しっかり休め。
ミッチ、ちょっと。
Maybe he's reporting into the committee.
信
Based
じられ
on
ない。
twist.
スバルの事故の時、あれだけ監督不行き届きだなんだって土下座してたのに、監督するつもりなんて全くないんじゃん。
OB と交渉してくるって、実は東京観光したいだけなのかもね。
でも前みたいにこんな都会っぽいホテルにと、そのことだけは。あれ、恋？
アキちゃん、楽しみにしてるところ悪いんだけどさ。ミッチ予約した部屋は。
And what do they expect? Really two rooms?
ベッドが一つしかない。
これってさ、ダブルベッド。
なるほど。うちはいいよ。
あ？
うちは平気。
ああ、
Mhm.
別に問題なし。
Do you think if she wants to bang, that she has to beat him and kill Ballad before he'll do it?
よかった。このベッドすごいよ。ふかふか。深いもんやる？
試してみようかな。確かにふかふかだ。寝心地よすぎて逆に落ち着かない。
うん。
はあ、
ねえ、カイ。
ん？
島のみんな怒ってるかな？
I doubt it.
うちらだけでガンツクツ。
だとしても構わないって。
うん。なんだか。
早いところ次の泊まると
Where's
ころを
they
見
gonna
つ
get
けない
Fra
と
to
ね。
help?
ミッチーは当てにな
He
らな
seemed
い。
willing.
明日お姉ちゃんに会えるかな？
会えるなら、アキちゃん。そう。
早く。それでね、ここまで来たよ。カイと一緒にいろんな人の協力があって。
はあ。
Serious business.
ん？
It is indeed. I'm waiting for him to get assassinated, though.
お姉ちゃん。
はあ、明日、ミサ姉に会えるといいね。
うん。
起きた？
She's precious.
ん？なんてこった。
No KB for him. The romance. Bit of that there romance. The good stuff. Or she's dead. Assassins got her.
カイ、もしもーし。頑張るグランドタックル。うわっ。
What the? Why didn't he go to Tokyo?
Hehe. おはよう。
おはよう。重いからどいてくれない？いきなり何するん？
カイって眠りが深いんだね。結構いろいろいたずらしたのに。
おいおい、何し…
昔と同じだよ。ほっぺたツンツンしたりとか、髪の毛ぐしゃぐしゃして鼻をつまんでみたりとか。
俺をアキちゃん家にあるジオングと一緒にしないでくれない？
さあ、そろそろシャワー浴びておいでよ。今日はお姉ちゃんに会うんだから。カイ。
はいはい。
This is her best? In her Canada cosplay? With this horrible jacket? Just sat there for 5 hours. Holy. Your sister's horrible.
Itachi 大人はみんな忙しすぎてダメだよね。うちらなんかよりよっぽど自分勝手で、ミッチーだってどっか行ったまま帰ってこない。振り回されるうちらの身になってほしい。
アキちゃんさ、ちょっと愚痴っぽくなってきてるよ。
Save the green. Eco-friendly.
カイ、お姉ちゃんって。
は？
あ、いや、でも電話もメール見るのはテレビ、水かねえのお葬式に存在してるのはまるで実体がちっとも近くに感じ。だから
She's been uploaded.
思っちゃうんだ。お姉ちゃんらしき人はいても、お姉ちゃん。
こりゃ深刻だ。
だってだってだとしたらお姉ちゃんに避けられてるなんて。うち
ほら、投げ。
I'm a nugget.
うちを何だと思ってるの？真剣に悩んでるの？
じゃあいらないの？
いるけど。
I want it. Like that. A nugget makes all your worries go away.
そうめげなくてもいいんじゃない？
Especially when you can get nuggets instead of fries with your burger in Japan. It's hyper based.
チャンスはいくらでもあるよ。万博は長いからね。エグスケ社だって万博には出てるわけでしょ。それならあれだけ有名なミサネーを一度は顔を出す。ミサネーが会場に来ればそれだ。俺たちはこれから毎日ミサネーが来たと分かったら
妹なのになんか寂しいの。でもその日が来るまでまずは開幕までにガンツク2の組み立てだ。すいません。
Oh, Iry's here. I guess he just kept up with it somehow. She alive?
入っても
Iry, former day Ryu. Did they cure her of her disease? What was it supposed to be again? Did they ever say, or is it implied? He's as old as Michi.
あ、ごめん。なんて自己紹介すればいいかな。君を目覚めさせるきっかけを作った人間。
そうなんですね。ごめんなさい。迷惑をおかけし。
あ、いや。
What is her illness? Cares about her mom.
顔を見に来ただけだから辛いかもしれないけど元気そうでよかった。それじゃあ帰るんで迷惑だろうからもう二度と顔は出さないよ。はい。
Your phone number.
お名前を聞かせて
ヤシオカイト。
ヤシオカイトさん、来てくれてありがとう。目覚めてから面会に来てくれたのは、あなたが初めてでした。
また来ても
いいんです。大丈夫ですから。
最後に一つだけ。今日の天気わかる？
外は晴れ。
そう。
It ain't the same, man.
ゲジネいる？ゲジネ。
Where'd she be?
おーい、ゲジネ。
Probably had something to do with meeting the
そ
real
ろそろ戻るか。
one. He's all in. Did he even play any fighting games? So I guess they're trying to make it a competition to get people more interested to pay attention to it instead of just spreading. drama.
じゃあこれから立たせますので皆さんよろしくお願いします。
Against forcing our way into the expo. Why would you be against it?
じゃーん、カイ、これ見て。お父さんの知り合いが試作してくれたすごく高いらしいんだけど、特別
銃っていうより
毒の作った物騒な銃座よりはずっといいでしょ。これならうちだって持ち運べるし、送電中に移動だってできるんだよ。レーザーキャノンスパーク。カイ、ガンツク2の電源入れて。それじゃあ起こして。
行くよ。
I don't understand why Frau would not wanna help them. Explain that.
うまくいった。
の見ろ見ろ、ロボの胸に三千と輝く。これで東京での一般流通に乗せられるな。
General distribution in Tokyo.
スバルにも見せてあげたかったね。スバルだけじゃない、ドクやナイさんやお父さんや見せてあげたかったな。
明日開幕したらしっかりそれが認められたらきっと取材も来るだろうし、それが島でも流れる。
それはたぎるな。
注目されれば
It's probably gonna go bizarro because of the gun viral shit.
そうだね。
We'll see though.
スタッフジャンパーとか用意しておけばよ。アメ社長に頼んでってダメか。
アキちゃんが学校の制服着る？
だって一応うちらは中種ロボ部じゃなくて元ロボ部な。教頭先生に反対されちゃってるんだし。
へえ。
これ以上は誰かに迷惑。ねえ、一緒に来てくれて。これからも
少なくとも万博が終わる半年後までは付き合うよ。
うちらは例えるならノアとアスマ。うちがアスマでカイがノア。ってカイに言って。
Why is it 6 months ago?
いいよ。疾風怒涛の元気一発。
ほら叫んでないで。
待ってよ。
Is this like event 6 months long for some reason?
カイ、カイ。
The nightmare.
どうしてあの時助けて目の前で見てたのに冷たいじゃないか。どうして見捨てたのさ。
言ったはずよ。もしこれ以上関わるならきっと後悔することになるって。後悔 したでしょ。あなたが忠告を聞かないからよ。
カイ？
Wonder if he's gonna. Surely he'll tell her everything eventually, but maybe not until this little thing's done.
カイ、大丈夫？
She's sleeping in her Canada outfit.
嫌な夢だった。
昨日も一昨日も一緒にここで寝泊まりするようにな。
マジ？
カイっていつもヘラヘラ、あんまり何を考えてるか本心を表に出さないよね。
Has he been mumbling stuff?
苦しい時はうちはカイに弱音を聞いてもらってるから。カイはちゃんと
アキちゃんが心配することじゃないよ。
うちにも弱音ぶつけてほしいよ。カイが苦しいなら力になりたいもん。うちなんかじゃ力になれるかどう？
じゃあさ、もう今夜は眠れそうにないんで徹夜で起き。
あ、うん、そういうことならうちに任せてよ。徹夜するときにうってつテンションも上がって一石二鳥なんだよ。
まさか。
そのまさか。徹夜で視聴マラソン。
はあ、アキちゃんらしいよ。
実はうちもね、さっきからだから一緒に見よう。
はいはい、分かったからあんまり大声出さない。
本当はね、お菓子とかあると深夜に食べたりしたら太っちゃうから我慢我慢。
Yeah, she really needs to worry about being fat. She's like a wood, super skinny.
ちなみに全話見るのはさすがに1日じゃ無理だから、とりあえずそれでも朝までに最後まで見られるかどうか微妙だけど。カイ、第1シーズンの話を。
いや、全然。
何度も見せたのに。じゃあ簡単にうちがあらすじを説明してあげよう。カイ？
俺汗臭い？
平気。
じゃあそのまま解説。
はい、
私は今東京お台場にある万博アリーナに来ています。
I'm ready to sleep, but we're in the action, man. Anime. Whoa. Robot girls. How did they create those? Technology crazy.
見てください、この長蛇の
Whoa.
列。
My man Ben Steele.
今日ここで何が行われる？そう、いよいよ東京万博。昨年11月、太陽嵐災害が関東地方を襲い、万博も開催中止寸前まで行ったということなんです。万博は品川会場、豊洲会場、お台場。中でも一番の注目が今回の万博に合わせて羽田。さあ、その万博お台場会場の見どころなんズバリ大きな。今回の東京万博は今世界中で競って開発されている巨大、まさに夢の共演、大きなロボットの祭典。初めてファンファーレです。たった今開幕を告げるファンファーレが会場に流れ始めます。そして大きな拍手とともに入場。東京万博2020、今開幕です。
何あれかっこ悪い
Why is it not even standing, man? Cute girl robots better than giant robot. Nope. Based. Boobs have to be as soft as possible. He says what the people think, he says what the people want. Whether they know it or not. A giant maid robot. You buy 3, 10 meter high. Female maid robot. I wouldn't be surprised if it does. Two bitty cat ear maids. Expose their real names to the masses. Jesus Christ, dude. Further dissonance in the brain, yeah, I mean, it sounds like some interesting tech, but good God, man. Yeah, Darius shit's just not as good. It's funny that they can still write him as just like insanely unhinged but super fun, and then like Darius just kind of like the PG boring version of what he says. And then I guess Kreese is just here. Yeah. She's just like a pure mom, dude. The expo, I'm doing laundry.
産業用なんじゃないの？ちっとも動かないけど。実はそもそも動かなかったりしてな。
Why is it just sitting there crouched?
昨日はちゃんと動いたのに。
どうにかならんのか。おじき、落ち着きなって。ジョージャ、解決できるなら10万までは出すぞ。
そバラしてみようかな。
やめときなって。元に戻せなくなって
なんで最初か
Should
らい
have
きな
brought
りつま
more
ずいちゃうの？
pros or
アキちゃん、それを作ってくれた人にはもう連絡
した。
そしたら状況を説明して。で、
We
今
need
のところ俺たち
Subaru.
はその送電銃についてはお手上げなわけだ。だったら他の原因、
他の系。
今の俺たちにできること、ロボに詳しいのはアキちゃんだけだ。
でも他って言われてもパラボラアンテナ。
それが怪しいの？
昨日しゃがませた後でいじったのはそこだけなの。もしかしたら配線ちょっと見てみる。
何やってんの？
とりあえず見るだけだからこれで平気。
どうした？
間違えたっぽい。
間違えた？
配線。
その配線って
そう。
She's an idiot.
それはどれぐらいで？
これから急いで直すから。悪いけど3人とも手伝って。タイ、脚立借りてきて。大きいやつ。
Useless. Small town boy. Rural.
「二足歩行型のロボットとは違ってスメラギは操縦するのではありません。
Charming, dude. This thing probably kills people.
このタコさんのような6本足の機体を装着するんです。人には2本の手。その秘密は我が社が新たに開発した FOS スメラギの6本ある足は、これにより6本足でありながら直感的な操作が可能になっており、
Use his fingers. I mean, how do you do the sixth thing with the? I got 5 fingers. Oats. Oats. Loading time.
Mataku. 男連中はただアキコちゃんの作業を見。
おじきもな。瀬宮妹、パンツ見えるぞ。
Base Michi.
見えないよ。そのためのキュロットスカートだし。
いいか妹、こいつは豆知識だから、キュロットスカートは裾が広めだろ。だからな、角度によっては隙間から中が見える。
This guy is best, man. He's got the tack, dude.
この変態教師バカ。
おい。
ちょっといきなり何を。危ない。 キちゃん
The madman.
ちょっ
無事ナイスミッチー、教師の鏡。
Michi the god.
おい、重いから早くどけ。
ごめん。
Is this the guy on Twitter who said he was gonna come
頭と
dismantle?
か打ってない？
平気。ミッチー、かばってくれて。
これでも先生は体育教師だからな。これ豆な。
おーい、今ペットボトルを投げたのはドイツじゃ。
Jesus, he wasn't paying much attention.
お前たちが不謹慎だろ。あのアニメ、そんな最低の作品のロボ万博に出してくれな。今なんか悲しいな。頑張れるって。
ロボットに。
アキちゃん、
心配かけてすぐ済ませちゃうね。
本当に大丈夫？
平気だって。ミッチー、だから早くこの子を
Man, he threw plastic bottles.
どれだけ嫌われたって、うちらが誰になんて言われようと、あの人もこう言ってた。誤解の生んだ想念が放出されたと思いたいな。気にするなって。あとカイ、種子島新さんを回収しといて。
Oh, super dick, man. Alright, Prez destroyed. Oh, yeah. Those are always good. Yakuza has a lot of those.
アキちゃん、いいからさっさと降りて。
すぐに起動準備始めよ
よーし、盛大に立てスペースアメロボ。
う。違います社長。
Space candy
送電
robot.
開始。
なんで先生が？
カイ、ガンツクツ。
おいっと。
動いた。出力は出力正常。よかった。うちは今もう頑張れるのかっこよさ、
She's manic, man.
強さを見せつける時が来た。
She's about to put the occultic 9MC to shame here.
強さっていうのはやめといて。
そう？じゃとにかく今すぐ。
それについては。
じゃあみんな離れて。
おお、ナイスインパクトじゃ。
Nice impact.
カイト君、もっと胸を強調させ。
そんなモーションはないです。
ミッチー、電源供給し続けてね。おじゃりもーせー。種子島ロボ部、これより始動します。確かに頑張れるをモデルにすることはでもうちらはそれでもうちらと同じ気持ちの人だけでいいから。それとポケコンのイルオを通してみるとあっと驚く仕掛けがあ
You
り
need
ますん
somebody
で。
to be the hype person. It's actually the time it would help.
それではまずガンツクプロジェクトは今からおよそ9年前、もともとは実物大ガンバムを作ろうプロジェクト。でもその後、当時ちょうど放送中だったガンバレルをモデルにするよう変更。実物大ガンバレルを作ろうプロジェクト。ここに立っているのは実物大。思えば完成までは長い。
アキちゃん、その話長くなる？とっとと動かしょ。
A little too
で
much.
もやっぱうちらの愛と勇気と栄光の奇跡を。
出ないよ、
全くインパクトになっとらんぞ、アキホちゃん。
Yeah, wrap it up.
まずはパフォーマンスで見せる。じゃあ
We need Mr. Playades in a wheelchair.
ガンツクツ前進せよ。続いてガンツクツカニ歩き。
パパ、このロボかっこ悪い。
そうだな。またルーノ社のロボットを見に行くか。
はーい、かっこ悪いとか言ってるそこの子。
This letter, man.
騙されたと思ってイルオでうちらのガンツクツを見て、そこに本物のガンバレルがい。
ガンバレルなんて子供の教育に悪いじゃないか。
わあ、ほんとだ、ガンバレルがいる。かっこいい。
Can't get your kid away from your screens. It's too late, buddy. These kids are born with screens, baby.
おい、たかし。
だってパパ、すっごいかっこいいよ。ちゃんとガンバレルだし、動いてるし。
ガンツクツ撃祭第一から元気一発をお見舞いして。
いいけどね。
On-demand ranks. Is he still second? I feel like he's barely played. Right. Punch. Just beating the shit out of stuff. Did the other ones fight? That might be the only thing they have. There's violence. She's just the hype man down here.
元気一発。頑張れる。ジャキ
カイ、やったね。
Her fist bump, man. From the soul every time.
Hi, 私は今東京お台場にある万博アリーナに来ています。
Coming up.
開幕から5日目を迎え、
ね
平日にもかかわらず大盛況の東京万博ですが、今日はこの巨大ロボットの祭典ともいえ、種子島ロボ部の部長を務める瀬宮。こんにちは、よろしくお願いします。種子島ロボ部は今回の万博に一般。瀬宮さん、どうしてロボットになるのが夢だったからです。そうなんですか。種子島では
Jesus.
ロボット開発は盛んなんですか？盛んじゃないです。よく笑われたりしたし、それでも協力してくれる人はたくさんいました。なるほど。東京版まだまだこれからです。うわあ、大胆な宣言が飛び出し。さあ、そんな瀬宮さんですが、お姉さんは今日その瀬宮美咲さんが会場を訪れて、お姉さんは明穂さん、今日ここに来る。ええ、そうプレスリリース。お姉ちゃんが、はい、とっても楽しみですよね。もしかしたら姉妹で共
Clearly
演もあ
not
る
the
かもしれ
world's
ませんよ。
best sister. Her younger sister didn't even know she was here.
では CM を挟んで世界各国の巨大ロボットたちをご紹介します。はあ、びっくりしました。驚かせてしまってごめんなさい。はい。本来は種子島ロボ部のロボットを紹介する予定だったんですが、では瀬宮さん、取材はこれで終わりですので。
Guess they're not showing it off because the other chick's not a part of it. Lame.
お姉ちゃん、瀬宮美咲、確か2時ですね。ありがとうございます。お姉ちゃんが。
ああ、今日はなんだか会場内が
Her
落ち着
sister's
きない
so
なって思っ
great.
たんだけど、
Doesn't
そ
speak
れ
to
が
her
原因だっ
for
たのかもね。
almost half of her life. And let's be real, the first few years of your life, you're not remembering much. Yeah, world's best sister, dude. I'm popping off. I don't care what the fuck Illuminati shit she's got going on.
会えるかな、これだけの。
ミサ姉が行く場所は決まってる。向こうが来ないならこれまではこっちが追う立場だ。今回は待ち構える立場になれるわけ。
Doubt it. She's not missing avoiding them.
実の姉に会うだけなのに。
だってまさか今日会えるかも。心の準備。
とにかくワンチャンを絶対に逃し。
分かった。
You think she'd be like, I mean, Subaru fucking lost his legs for this shit. Do you think she'd have a few words to say about him and her speeches here? Fucking hell, man. Fucking talking about the past club. Jesus, dude. My man actually putting in some blood, sweat, and tears. Dude got fucking paralyzed for this shit. This whole thing should be a dedication to him, but she's fucking falling on the sister, man. Jesus, dude. She's getting in the full plug suit. Is this the brain control suit?
毎晩作戦開始まで90分です。準備を。
了解。
That's familiar.
私が好きなのは白い機体なのに。
式じゃなくて
Trying to talk about the monopole.
使っている数は電動の
I guess she just doesn't know anything about it.
モーターはどんなもの？
モーターはもの
Jesus Christ, dude, she is brainwashed by her sister. I mean, good God, man.
企業秘密です。
Jesus, he's dual wielding. Jesus, man. Of course they should go. Isn't that the whole fucking point?
アキちゃん、
ちょっと行ってくる。
行くってどこへ？
関係者エリア。お姉ちゃん、そこから出入りするはず。
Just leaves it. Hopefully nobody caught wind of the monopole, man. Just left there, nobody around. The plug suit. Wasn't that a different color, or is that just... Or is that just the way it reflected? Maybe that was in the past. It's kinda sick, of course. The breast info. Was she a fucking robot? Maybe.
ミサネ。
大きくなった。
いっぱいあるけど、何よりもまずお姉ちゃんが作ったロボ部が万博っていう世界直前で、ロボ部自体はうちらが出展したロボはそれでもね 中種ロボ。お姉ちゃんが島を出た7年前から今ここにいるうちとカイの代まで
Yeah,
ちゃ
she
んと
probably
受け継が
doesn't
れて
give
る
a
から
fuck.
うちとカイとロボ部の歴ここまで
Maybe a little bit deep down.
だからね
アキ父さんと母さんも元気？
お父さん
Maybe she's mind control. These are like stock responses,
すごく張り
dude.
切ってるよ。
And of course, he wants to say a bunch of shit too.
ミサネ、俺水香さんから水香さんがミサネに会ったら伝えてくれってハグをプレゼントしてくれ。そのおかげで事故前と変わらない。ミサネ、
I can
俺
understand.
さ、目の前に
Robot, man. Is he the robot or fucking brainwiped, man?
進路は決まったの？
お姉ちゃん
なあミサネ、水香さんの最後の言葉だけはちゃんと聞いてくれよ。なんでこっちを見てくれ。ミサネ、
見つけたぞ。
God.
あいつ
沢田家
Just bait him out.
動くな。
カイお姉ちゃん
Good.
手を上げろと言っている。
もしこれ以上関わるなら
何にせよ。
マスターは殺されました。
この世界はあんたらが思っている以上に醜くて汚い。
まさか君が彼らとつなまんまと出し抜かれたよ。何を企んでいる？答えろ、セイ。
Aiming at her. Is this a good guy and she's fucking committee? What the hell's going on here? I mean, obviously she's fucked or is a robot or something.
ロケットの打ち上げは
ミサネ、何言ってんだよ。
動くなと言ったはずだ。
やめて
Aki would take a fucking bullet for this fucking.
ヒドゥンハン
ト。動くなと。
ミサネ、
だから当たったはず。セノビア、止まれ。
撃たないで。
離せ、バカ。
一体何がどうな。
セノビア、止めろ。
うるさい、動くな。カゴメ、カゴメ。
このままだと君島レポートの通りになるぞ。
He's with the good guys. You gotta destroy these people. Jesus, this is a little different than a parallel to your fucking aspirations. This is just like in a fucking access suit, mind controlled or brainwashed, or she's a robot. An angel. The obsession is crazy. I mean, I guess she's your family. But it's almost on the point of like deification. She's only been in her life for like half of her life. I mean, you spend this many years apart from someone, it's not gonna be quite the same, especially when it's your formative years here. Good God. I mean, I get like wanting to live up to this stuff because they see her in the news, but she just ignores them. Still have this like deification that was almost more bizarre than what we're seeing right now. Mech fight time. Does she not get it yet still?
お姉ちゃんを止めなきゃ。
Where's our other dude? Is he just talking to Joe Blow?
お姉ちゃんやめてよー。
Right. The spider mechs are always hardcore.
ガツグツ起動。I have control。他のロボットたちを助けお姉ちゃんを止めるのお願い。ガツグツうちに力を貸して。
I think the robot exhibition's over, bros. I assume they'll just destroy her robot, but we'll see.
「それはロボ部の魂がこもったロボットなの。お姉ちゃんやめて
ー Destroyed.
アクション
I guess she sort of stopped it. Where was he this whole time? There was a whole battle and massacre and everything.
アクション大丈
He
夫
shows up right afterwards somehow.
まさか発作起こした。さあ捕まっておぶってあげるから。
お姉ちゃん消えちゃった。
消えた。
それにお姉ちゃんあんなひどい。
So he watched it all, but from where? He was just safely a few feet away. Whatever happened with two-tone Jesus. The Tower of Babylon. Is this mind control everybody's getting hit with? Sense control? Or did the Tower of Babylon really just fucking get shut out? The space elevator.
最終話で見たな。
グランドオベリスク。グランドオベリスクだよ。頑張れるの。最終。
こんなの昨日までの。
あるわけないよ。だってアニメの中現代の技術力じゃとてもじゃ。
じゃああれは一体どうやって。
They've talked about senses being tricked and shit. So that'd be the most likely option, but.
なあ、ハキちゃん。頑張れるの最終話って。
They're gonna get into some weird rebooting shit.
軌道エレベーターのグランドオベリスクが地球を太陽爆発による太陽フレアで。
Jeez, maybe those reports shouldn't have been coming out so slow in like a long game format. For fuck's sakes, what were they thinking? The fucking reports are supposed to be like warning them of like the fucking like end of times in 2020, but they're gonna take like months to be deciphered. And that's if you can even get people to believe it. Was it just a big troll on his part? Did you just think it was funny? Kinishima or whatever? Like, I get you might like attract more interest if you turn it into this like long game progress, but it also gives the enemy plenty of time to yeah. Well, this thing you're gonna need to crash a mech into it.
Project まさか本当に撃つつもりじゃ。
ここで予定を変更して緊急ニュースをお伝えし、先ほど午後2時50分頃、関東地方に史上最現在関東地方全域であらゆる太陽嵐には人体に深刻な影響をもたらす X 外を歩いている方は、こちらの映像は今からおよそ10時間前に巨大な太陽フレアが無数に発生しているのが、今回の太陽嵐は2015年9月や日本だけではなく世界各地でも被害が出ているとみられます。今新たなニュースが入ってきました。消防庁の情報によりますと、東京都港区お台場地区一帯が崩壊し水没の危機にあるとのことです。太陽嵐との因果関係については、こちらはお台場に設置されたライブカメラの首都高速湾岸線が完全に水没して、また奥に見える建物は東京万博、お台場では東京万博が開催されており、繰り返しお伝えします。今日午後2時50分頃、関東地方に史上最大
バイバン。
最終判断は GO。
了解。ハッチ開きます。
ワイバーンより各員、これより作戦を開始する。
All forces. The army.
東京、ニューヨーク、ロンドン、トロント、
I was
上
like,
海といっ
what
た
the
主要都市
fuck did
は
I just wake up for?
また市民による暴動が起きている地域はロサンゼルス。
未確認情報ですが、
Put me back in the sleeper.
北京、ロンドン、 ベルリンなど多くの都市で
Service
サービスロ
robot.
いわゆる君島レポートと呼ばれる告発文書によれば、今の各国の警察や軍は警戒を強
これだけ世界で同時多発的に混乱が最悪の場合、21世紀の世界大
そもそもこれまで何度も太陽嵐は来ていたというのに。
今回の太陽嵐到達による死者行方不明者は現在のところ
NASA は太陽の異常活動において日本時間25日未明から太陽では現在 X クラスの猛烈な大規模フレアが秒速 2000km 近い高速で強大な太陽嵐が順次地球に到達しているとのことです。昨日未明に観測された時点でアメリカ政府は速やかに各国日本ではなぜその情報が事前に国民に周知されなかったのか誠に遺憾であり原因を究明する。
はい、新宿駅からお伝えします。現在公共交通機関は全線が運休しており、駅の前は駅員の方の話によりますとほとんどの電子機器は正常に作動しているのですが、復旧のめどは今のところ立っておりません。あと2時間ほどもしますと仕事を終えて自宅に向かう会社員の方々が駅。
こちら汐留のライブカメラの映像をご覧ください。お台場には富士山テレビの社屋があるのですが、現在また
I have to find a stopping point. I might just have to cut it here soon.
お台場へ通じるレインボーブリッジは首都高速湾岸線は全線通行止め。ゆりかもめ、臨海線、ただいま情報が入ってきました。アメリカ政府は先ほどクレイン副大統領が交通事故に巻き込まれ重傷を負ったと発表しました。
Vice President Gray.
詳しい安否については不明です。テロの可能性もあり調査中とのことです。
こちら東京世田谷区の多摩川、見てください。空からたくさんの鳥たちが垂直に墜落して危ない。
こりゃ松戸さん、聞こえますか？松戸さん。
どうぞ。
Creep is it? I'm fine, he said. Odaiba. We'll probably stop here for now. How's the committee trainer gonna get away with this one? Find out in the next one. This one would be a little harder to get away with. I'm really tired, so I'm probably just gonna go to bed. I want to enjoy it. Look at all these tweets. Yes. Please retweet. nuclear missile discovered as a disguised rocket. Oh lord. All my friends are here at my house for some reason. Okay, crazy. Nobody's as interesting as talking to me. I'm sorry. Alright guys, sorry, I just gotta have a point to stop it, and this is as good as it's getting for now. Seems pretty non-stop. Very tired. I went to bed like 3 or 4 hours before this yesterday, so. I will catch you guys tomorrow, where I think we'll just probably continue this pretty hard until it's done. Then we'll continue Steins Gate. So thank you for watching. Bye bye for now. Hasta luego. Adios. Sayonara. Oh yeah, Zelda. Well, I don't know when we're starting it, but I guess we'll be doing Zelda, yeah. So maybe, I don't know, maybe I'll just do Steins Gate until Zelda. I don't want to be like in the last hour of this story and then Zelda pops up. I do want to stream.